It don't matter the color of the skin, either woman or man. Just let the case land. It's here, it's in safe hands. This is God work, not a fake plan. Too many kids being found in these lakes, man. This is MTGV, and you with Miss V. She keep her ear to the streets.
Shout out to everybody in the building. Please smack that thumbs up as you come in.
But all trolls we delete, you better believe.
Shout out to my BFF in the building. Happy Sunday, Carla. Welcome in. Shout out to Spicy.
But it's getting so out of control.
Yes, please double tap that screen as you come in. Hit those 3 dots up and right. Shout out to everybody here and everybody on the replay.
Thank you for tuning in.
Shout out to Slim. Thank you for coming through. Please smack that thumbs up.
Y'all know what it is, man. Team Vari, Miss V. And make sure you
in the building.
Make sure you subscribe. And make sure you leave a comment
Please
too.
do.
Yeah. We're gonna see you on the flip side, man. Until then, we go.
We here. Okay? So we got a lot of stuff to go over. We are following the case of Naziah Harris. And we're talking about the evidence right now. This is the 3rd episode of evidence. We found out a lot of things that we didn't know at first about the evidence, and we started with this video. Like, after I seen this video, everything changed. So we gonna go through some things that I was confused about the last time. I got a few things cleared up. One thing we need to know, it was 2 shoes found, y'all. It was 2 shoes found. Let me show y'all these pictures that I have right quick. Y'all, please take this time to smack the thumbs up. No, as a matter of fact, let me start here.
Ain't nobody this motherfucking taking off they brand new suit and leaving it right here like this. And it look like it's blood right there. Look at it. I know what blood look like. Definitely giving blood, bro. And definitely a brand new ass shoe, man. This thing got no crease and clean as hell. Blood on her back. Who the fuck leaving a brand new shoe right here? Come on, man. Definitely blood, bro. If you don't think that's blood, you crazy, bro. I know what blood look like. Feel me? Ain't nobody this motherfucking taking off they brand new.
Okay, so I was curious to know who this guy was that actually recorded this video. I don't know if he's Vari's friend or not, but that is something that we heard throughout us talking about the evidence. But I think I found the guy. Okay, let me know if y'all think this is the same voice.
Hey, I'm just riding and thinking, right? No matter how much crazy shit I've been through in my life this year, topped it off for real. This was like my sink or swim year mentally, where, you know, life threw a curveball, life threw some shit that I could have never died smoking and never had smoked. And then curveball after curveball after curveball. So, like, this shit really showed me, like, I was going through a lot of shit mentally for a long time, but this shit really sink or swim, and now, like, I'm thinking on this shit. Hey, I'm just riding and thinking, right?
Especially when he said, like, I know what blood look like. Now, I literally thought that he had like a gold, you know, those little gold stuff in his mouth or something, but he didn't. Like, I literally thought that that's why he sounded the way that he did. But yeah, so I've reached out to him. I don't know if he'll reach back, but we want to know who he is, you know, and we want to know a few things. So just to let y'all know, we did find that out. I'm like, that is definitely dude. Okay, I didn't see any evidence that he's friends with Vari, but he is a rapper in Detroit. And so, yeah, we gonna wait and see what we hear. Let's see. Spicy says sounds the same to me. BFF says sounds the same. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. Yes, it sounded like he had a grill in his mouth, like, but he didn't. Shout out to Milky Way. Hey, I'm here, but won't be in the chat for a while braiding my hair. Okay, long as you listening in. Thank you, Milky Way. Good to see you here. So, okay, so let's get into it. What else? Before I get all the way into it. This was something that I ran across too. Somebody recorded this thinking, could this have been Naziah? Let's see. Now this person is driving the wrong way, but they're gonna turn around. They're at the Park Crest Motel. You see there's a liquor store right there on the corner. They gonna bust this right, and then you'll see a girl right here. They gonna back up. Could that be her? I don't know. Anything is possible. So I just thought that was interesting. I ran across that. And what y'all think? Oh, I ain't gonna do that one yet. Hold on, what's this? Okay, so this is the evidence that we are talking about today. We're gonna be going over some videos. So I had put this picture up of Naziah, right? And I was able to see the date on it. And on that date, it said September 16th. Wait, it might have said September 23rd or something, but it had a date on it of 2023. I question that because she don't look pregnant at all in that picture, and that would have been months. September. Well, I mean, it's possible she wouldn't have been showing back then, but I'm not sure, man. She don't look pregnant at all in that picture, the one of her in the red. But we know the last picture that we seen of her dancing in that like gray or whatever color sweatshirt she had on. And then I got the pictures of her here. Like, just all of the stuff is supposed to be from the same day, y'all. Every picture that I'm showing is from the same day. They told us that was her on the bus, and then that was her walking down the street, sitting on the bus. It looked like she has on blue jeans, and the shoe looked like it got white in it, maybe even black. I didn't zoom in all the way on the shoes, but one thing that I heard in Shannon Jones' testimony, I'm thinking that Naziah went home and they noted she went home. And they just not saying it maybe. Because, okay, so this picture right here is showing the other shoe. That is the other. It's two shoes out there. One of them is on the ground. One of them it's like the. I don't think I even put this picture in here still, but I really need to do that. That was inside the pocket of the sweatshirt. That sweatshirt was out there, but we didn't see that the first go round. Why? It wasn't found yet, I guess, but everything is sitting in the same area. It's just really bizarre, right? It's like when everything was laid out the first time, the sweatshirt wasn't in that shot. When the Border Patrol talked, then there was another lady that went out there that found some more stuff. So we gonna get into that. I'm gonna bring it together and make it make sense, because I mean, the information when we first started talking about this, I was confused on some things. So now I want to make it make sense so we can be less confused. Okay, so we see that they went out there March 14th, and it's documented. This is the picture I was talking about that had the date of September 2023 on it. I will have to go through my screenshots, which when stuff is planned, I'll look at some other stuff to bring it all together. But let's see. Okay, thank you, Spicy, for listening in. I appreciate y'all. Yes, put me in your ear for the day, or at least for the hours that I'm here. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up. Let's get started.
Okay, and what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description, we had the picture of her that she had sent that night or that day that she was missing on the night. So we were
See that picture that she had sent that day that she went missing on the 9th. And the picture that she sent, I'm thinking is the one of her waving. So I'm gonna pull this up a little bit more to catch the beginning.
What's out in 7 Mile and Berg?
So 7 Mile and Berg, there is a vacant parking lot on the southwest corner. It used to be a golf course. So the entire south side of 7 Mile from Berg and then heading back east used to be a golf course, which is now shut down. And then on the other side of Berg, there's a parking lot where it has like a vacant building, which used to be the clubhouse for the golf club. And then right behind that parking lot is the Rouge River.
And when's the first time that you get out to 7 Mile and Berg?
We went out once. It was probably maybe a couple weeks later that we went out there. We went out there once, and I remember it had snowed. So when we went out there, it wasn't as easy to search. We're kind of looking if somebody was just placed out there or if something was easily identifiable. But because of the snow, we knew that we were going to have to come back again once that melted because it'd be easier to see underneath.
Okay. And so you go out there again?
Yeah, we've been out there multiple times. I've probably been out there 7, 8 times, all with various dive teams. We searched the complete river from 8 Mile all the way down past 96 on foot with cadaver dogs, in boats, in the water. There's several log jams. We had state police actually had their helicopter fly the entire route so we could GPS all the log jams. We had to coordinate with specialized teams to come in to help cut these log jams apart, which go throughout the river. And then throughout the season, obviously we had some rain, so the water goes up and down, which now brings the debris onto the land. So you have to actually search the land a couple 100 feet. And in some places that the water has pulled debris. We searched the homes, as I said, searched the vehicles.
So when you're out there at 7 Mile and Berg, do you have an idea of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description. We had the picture of her that she had sent that night or that day that she was missing on the 9th. So we were looking for the black hoodie. We were looking for, again, initially we were told blue and white gym shoes.
Now, is there a time where that changes?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that makes that change?
So as we go out to areas and search, when we leave, a lot of times large community groups may go out there, right? And they saw that we were at 7 Berg, and I know people come out there to help. There was a group that had been out there and they were recording and they saw a pair of Nike shoes, which were the red and black. We were alerted of those on our initial search. It's documented in our river search report. But because we weren't focused on the red and black and we were looking for blue and white Nike shoes, we left them there, but we did GPS the coordinates.
Stop you there. That would have been Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Yes.
Okay, you heard his testimony.
Yes.
All right. So continue.
Yeah. So on our initial search, we knew they were out there. The pink hoodie was identified, but we didn't collect them because, again, we didn't have anything about a pink hoodie or a pink onesie, and the shoes weren't matching. And there's a lot of clothing out there. There's a lot of shoes out there. There's people's clothes, there's all type of debris. So I can't collect every single piece of clothing and article that we find. Later, I get the information that as the search team is out there, they had called 911 because they saw these shoes. And they posted a picture of these shoes somewhere or sent it to Naziah's brother. Naziah's brother then reached out to me and he sent me a picture of Naziah wearing the black and white Nike shoes.
Okay.
Once I saw she had the exact same shoes on that are depicted, that were described out there, I knew immediately where to go. I gathered a couple members of my team and we immediately went back out to where the shoes were GPS located and recovered the shoes. As we were there, that's when we found the black hoodie and then the pink jumpsuit that had been laid out by Agent Wyatt.
Okay. Now, as it relates to those red and black Nike shoes, you had a photo that they were associated with Naziah in some way. Did you ever end up asking Annette to see if those shoes were still in Naziah's possessions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever end up recovering those pairs from Annette?
No.
So after you recover the pink jumpsuit, the black hoodie, the shoes, what do you do with them?
Those are all, well, the evidence techs collect them. They're placed on evidence. Those items were wet, so I had to wait, obviously, for them to dry. Once they're ready to be processed and they're finished drying, then I create a lab report. And items are selected and turned over to the state police lab for processing to look for any type of DNA evidence.
Okay, so once those are placed on evidence by the lab tech, you're the one who then submits them to Michigan State Police?
Yes.
Okay.
There may be some of the lab reports where I had gathered the evidence and one of my partners had gone down and physically took the items to the lab, which is all in the same building.
Okay. Now, I believe you said at least one time when you were out at 7 Mile and Berg that it had been snowing. Were you at all, I guess, familiar with kind of the weather back, let's start with back in January 9th?
Yeah, so I searched it. There's a weather site where you can search the dates in the cities and what the weather was like. On the 9th into the 10th, it had rained here. If you remember, we had a very mild winter. In 2024, the January months, we had a lot of rain that month, which would have caused, the water levels to rise.
Now, is there, did you interview a Tijuana bus?
Yes.
Tell me how that came about.
Tijuana actually reached out to me. Shannon Harris had reached out to me. She had had a conversation with Tijuana. She asked if it was okay for her to give her my phone number. I told her that was fine. She gave me a call. She said that she was the sister of Jarvis Butts and that she was concerned that she may have seen Naziah but wasn't sure on the date and if she could come down and talk.
Okay, and that's all what she had testified to that you had heard?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you also heard that she had given Detroit police consent to look at her phone locations and perform a phone extraction.
Yes.
And that Detective Sarah Markle is actually the one who performed that extraction.
Yes.
Okay. Did you yourself look at the phone location data that was on Tijuana's phone?
Yes, so even before we extracted the phone, when she was in there in the interview, she had given me consent to look at her phone. She wasn't quite sure how to get to the locations. She had Google on her phone. So we went to the Google Maps, went to her timeline, and then specifically clicked on January 9th to see if it showed her route. When we got to the January 9th date, it was confirmed that that is the date that she was at 9,000 Connor. And it helped us with the timeline of when she was there compared to when we know Mr. Butts left that location to head out to Ypsilanti on the 9th.
And Your Honor, may I approach people's proposed exhibit 85?
Yes.
58. Sorry,
Yes.
numbers. Candidates marked people's proposed exhibit 58. Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, this is a cell extraction report that was conducted by Detective Markle for Tijuana Butts cellular device.
Okay, and that report specifically includes the location data and in the subsequent pages as it relates to Ms. Butts' skull. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of the screenshot photo locations, location data from Tijuana Butts' phone that you observed that the day when you interviewed her?
yes.
I move the admission to the proposed exhibit 58.
No objection.
It would be yes, equals 58.
And I want to direct you to the, I guess it's going to be page 3 of the report, code 4 of the report. Let's do page 5. Where does it say that Ms. Butts was from 3:45 p.m. to 5:16 p.m.?
So it gives the location described, it's on here, it says Citgo, and it gives the address of 9,000 Connor Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48213.
And do you know do you know Mr. Butts's 9,000 Connor auto shop to be connected with the gas station?
Yes.
Now, to go back just a little bit, you said you were kind of going through all the phone mapping in order to kind of backtrack as to where your investigation goes and where you should search.
Yes.
And those maps were testified to by Sergeant O'Rourke.
Yes.
Okay. Now, she mapped certain locations, and she stated that you had given her some of those locations to map.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to in People's Exhibits 33, 34. Here, may I go? The blue dot here. What is it that indicates, and what is the importance of that?
This blue dot is going to be 9,000 Connor.
Okay. And that's the address associated with Mr. Butt's auto shop.
Yes.
And is that the same for Exhibit 34?
Yes.
And Exhibit 35, there's the same blue dot and then a purple dot. Tell me, what is the significance of the purple dot?
The purple dot is going to be the residence that Mr. Butts resides at on Wilshire.
And in Exhibit 36, on page 2, there's like it's like a pinkish kind of purple dot. Can you tell me what is, red dot. What does the red dot indicate?
The red dot is going to identify 20,000 Harper, which was the Park Crest Motel.
2, there's like it's like a pinkish kind of purple dot. Can you tell me what is, red dot. What does the red dot indicate?
The red dot is gonna identify 20,000 Harper, which was the Park Crest Motel.
And on page 4 of 4, there is a lighter purple dot along with that red dot. What does the purple dot indicate?
That dot is gonna indicate 4 East Alexandrine.
Okay, and what's the significance of 4 East Alexandrine?
Mr. Butts has a different girlfriend that lives at that location.
And that's Nadine, the one we heard.
And
Welcome in, y'all.
in People's 38, there's a red dot. Which dot is that?
That would identify 7 Mile and Berg.
Okay. And is that the same 7 Mile and Berg? You tell me. What was found at 7 Mile and Berg area again?
7 Mile and Berg area is where we identified the hoodie, the pink jumpsuit, and the shoes. And it's also the area that Mr. Butt's phone was mapping with.
Now she said hoodie, pink jumpsuit, and shoes. Hoodie, pink jumpsuit, shoes. Now, one thing that's odd about that is the Border Patrol guy. I mean, he only put out the one shoe and the pink jumper. He didn't say anything about the hoodie at the time. So it was found at separate times, and I'm thinking that other shoe was too. So now I'm trying to figure out, because Roxy and Mark, they said they found it before that guy on IG. And now that we know that it was 2 shoes, maybe they did see the one shoe, because the one shoe wasn't inside the pink jumpsuit, but the other one was that I think he placed the one on a branch and the pink jumpsuit on there. But I'm gonna have to go back to his testimony now that I know that it was 2 shoes, y'all, because everybody didn't know that. Okay, like I thought that it was because of the fact that they seen the shoe. And then when I listened to his testimony and found out it was wrapped in a jumper, it was just confusing to me because I wasn't listening for that stuff at first. Like, there's so much is going on with this case and everything. I mean, you got to look at this in stages. So depending on what you're looking at, you know, what I'm looking at is how I was corresponding with the court stuff. So at first you just looking at it, right? And then you start learning more stuff, and then you go back and it looks a little bit different, if that makes sense. But that's kind of how it worked for me. And so now I'm finding out that it was 2 shoes. One shoe was out and one shoe was inside the pink jumper. So I'm gonna go to where I have a picture of all that stuff, but I need to put a still shot in here because that's just going, and I need to find the date on that. But this picture was taken in September. She allegedly got those shoes for her birthday in September. But I'm wondering if it was the September before, because she didn't look pregnant. But that was September, and it would have been early on. But I had said, like, she could have been anywhere from 4 to 7 months. But if we are to believe that this picture was actually taken in September, she looks really small. And we know the last video that she took, she looked pregnant. Her nose looked pregnant, everything. It's just still confusing looking at the pictures and trying to determine if she was pregnant or not. Like, she looked all the way flat on there and much smaller. So I'm gonna look at y'all comments in just a minute. I ran across this video too, y'all. I want to know what y'all think about this, because do y'all remember when there was a confusion about Naziah maybe being found? Welcome in, Tony King. You've been on it. Shout out to BFF and T Beezy in the building. I don't see her, but I see BFF. So I'm gonna start. Oh, there go T Beezy. How you been, T? I'm glad y'all are here. Tony said, Miss V, what side of the shoe was scuffed up and what side of the hoodie had the holes? Okay, so it's a picture circulating in here. Y'all see that? Those 3 areas that I have circled is the other shoe. The other shoe was would have been the first thing that you would have seen going into the area, and then as you go back, you see the other stuff. But I don't know what state it was in. Being that they didn't take a picture before they touched it, I don't know. Yeah, but there's everything. It was balled up a little bit under the brush, that hoodie was. I think I got a picture of that. And then that's the alleged, I mean, it looked like toilet paper inside of there and the headphones. And you can see in the picture that she took at school, you could see that she had the headphones on and she also had a necklace on. So I wondered where was her necklace at. Shout out to Top Flight. Welcome in to Sonya. Shout out to all of y'all. Y'all coming up in here. Thank y'all for hitting the thumbs up. And thank y'all for dropping down in the chat. Carla in the building. Yeah, justice for Naziah. Shout out to Bronze. Mushy. Is it mushy or mushy? Which one? The first one or the second one? I thought about that. Mushy is what I say, or is it mushy? One or two. Look at the judge's facial expressions like she can't believe what she's hearing. This is pure nonsense. This hearing makes no sense. Yeah, because it's some things that they not telling us. It sounds like she went home because I mean her tablet was there. The picture that she took was taken on her school issued tablet. I remember them saying. So in order for Annette to send a picture up from that day, she would have had to went home. That's what I heard her say when I first started playing this. It's a lot to listen to. Okay, let me pull up something else, y'all. I don't want to keep y'all here too long. So we're gonna go to a testimony we haven't focused on. Let's hear this lady. And shout out to Justice is a Process.
Judge, at this time, people would call forensic.
Okay, what is going on with the internet? Oh, before I do that, I wanted to.
Margaret Lavala.
So Margaret. Okay, before I do that, I wanted to ask y'all. I did start to ask y'all about this. There, a long time ago, well, it wasn't that long ago. Remember, they found a body buried, and everybody thought that it was Naziah, and they end up saying that it wasn't. And I wondered why that was a conversation. I hadn't heard anybody getting this confused, but let's listen at this. This is Tammy. I ran across this video, and then I was like, oh, that's why they were saying that about the little boy. But when you look at, there was a little boy that was found buried behind a house or something in Detroit, and he was between a fence and a house near some construction. And Tammy said all of this stuff, and it wasn't Naziah, but it was another kid. Check this out.
So somebody told me that Rossi is live, so I got some information to share with y'all. They need to hurry up. They do not have much time. And somebody also messaged me and said that they had some info because they do not have much time, but I didn't get to reach out to them. I've channeled Naziah some more. Somebody told me that Rossi is live. A lady said they moved her. They have moved her. So somebody just said that a lady told Rossi that they moved. Okay, so the lady is right, and it makes sense now because I couldn't understand something when I channeled Naziah. Naziah doesn't know where she's at now. They don't have time, but I will tell y'all. So they need to hurry up because I hear construction. She's like at a construction site. There's either dump next day, it was so loud. And when I channeled Nazaya, when I did a deep channeling, she can't pinpoint.
Take a look. Construction workers made the discovery at a home on Woodingham. It's not far from the intersection of Livernois and 8 Mile. Let's go out to Pamela Osborne right now.
Coming to terms with what happened here, I actually spoke to one of the construction workers who made that discovery over the phone earlier today, and he is still trying to process what he saw here. It's as if nothing happened here at all. But if you look close, you'll see the signs that this was the scene. Slowly worked to dig up human remains from a shallow grave found in back of a vacant home on shows us the narrow area between a fence and detached garage where those remains were found by construction workers.
Or like the dump trucks like beeping. That's what I kept like hearing. It was so loud. It was so loud. And it's like she's in a small little space. Because it was almost like I was like channeling her so deep. I was her and I was trying to get through. And it was like claustrophobic. So somebody told me that Rossi is live. So I got some information to share with y'all. They need to hurry up. They do not have much time.
Yeah, so I just thought that was interesting because I remember hearing about it and then come to find out it wasn't her, but she hit on a lot of points that was true just for a different situation. I mean, I don't know if y'all had seen that or knew that all of that stuff was going on. It's wild. That lady was right. Welcome in, Reading. It was just another kid though, and that mother, she was arrested, and the little boy was fine. I forgot, was he like a 10-year-old or something? I didn't get into the case, but I just thought that was interesting. You remember that? Maybe the real good evidence will be told after the defense is done. Yeah, I know. I'm sure we gonna get some different stuff, but it was just really shocking when I seen that video, and then I was like, wait a minute, some stuff is not adding up. So let me go back here. Okay, yeah, let's listen at this one. We'll see a lot of pictures here. I can pause it and look at them.
Afternoon, could you please state your name for the record?
Margaret Lavala.
And where are you employed?
Currently, I'm employed with the Macomb County Medical Examiner's Office.
And when did you start there?
In July of 2024.
And before starting there, where did you work?
I worked with the Detroit Police Department as a forensic technician.
Okay. And how long had you had that job?
I was there for about 6 years.
And what, as a forensic technician, what are your roles and responsibilities?
We would respond to scenes in the city of Detroit. We would take photos, collect evidence, search for evidence, and then compile a report based on our findings.
So she would have been the one after, she would have been the one that Wyatt hit up. Or
and I want to take you back to March 14th of 2024. Were you working with Detroit Police?
So point out that they didn't go out here until March 14th. March 14th.
As a forensic tech at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working alone or with a partner?
That day I was working alone.
And I want to take you to the area of 7 Mile and Berg. It's in the city of Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you dispatched to that location on March 14th, 2024?
Yes, it was.
And what is it that you did at that location?
At that location, there was a wooded area just south of 7 Mile to the west of Berg, and we searched that wooded area for evidence related to a potential missing person.
Okay. And what is it that you did when you searched?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What is it that you do when you search an area?
We will canvass the area in an ordered fashion, myself along with the other officers that are on scene. We are looking for things that are out of the ordinary or might suggest that something had taken place at that location.
And did you know what you were looking for at that location?
We were looking for clothing and shoes.
And did you take any photos?
I did.
And did you collect any evidence?
I did.
Okay. And I want to show you, may I first look proposed exhibit 14?
Yes.
Showing you the Market People's proposed exhibit 14 on the PowerPoint. Could you tell me, do you recall going to this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do these photos, there are 129 of them, do they fairly and accurately depict the scene of 7 Mile and Berg as you saw it that day, back on March 14th of 2024?
Yes, we do. That's your recollection.
Yep, I got them both.
The admission people's proposed exhibit 14.
No objection. Okay, they'll be admitted.
Thank you. Did you end up finding any evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
What evidence did you find?
We collected a pink jumpsuit, bodysuit style, and then a black hoodie that had a pair of white headphones in one of the pockets, some gloves, a towel, and a pair of red, black, and white gym shoes.
Hold on. She said a whole lot and something wrong too. Like, wait a damn minute. It was not no white headphones. It was black ones. Let's take that back. So when she went out there, she collected some stuff that Wyatt didn't collect. She collected the stuff, but she found stuff that Wyatt didn't find the first time, is what I just heard.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Gym shoes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I publish?
A pair of white headphones in one of the pockets, some gloves.
Fine.
We collected a pink jumpsuit, bodysuit style.
So humans make mistakes, but the headphones was black. Let me put those pictures back up as she's talking. This is when they went out there, 12/20, 3/14.
And then a black hoodie that had a pair of white headphones in one of the pockets, some gloves, a towel, and a pair of red, black, and white gym shoes.
Now, this is the first we hearing about gloves and a towel. Dang, so every time they search, something new come up, huh?
Okay. And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Earbuds, really.
Since you have to allow me.
Okay, try that.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Move this out the way.
And what, so this is in People's Exhibit 14. This is going to be photo 2. What is it that we have here?
So this is the photo card that we would take at the beginning of processing any crime scene. It includes the date, the time, the location that we're responding to, as well as who is the current officer in charge that ordered us out to that location. The crime suspected.
I can't help but notice that the press conference was on February 14th, and it took a whole month for them to go out here and search this area.
Crime that we're investigating, as well as my name, the code that I'm working, and the report number that is assigned to that case.
Now I'm gonna not go through all 129 photos here. I'm gonna show you some that I want to reference. This is for record purposes, photo 30. What do we see here in photo 30?
We are looking west down, so that fence on the left of the photograph
That's
is
the shoe.
Fence for an abandoned building at the south end of a parking lot on the west side of Berg. We are looking west towards the Rude River into the.
Okay, so why didn't Wyatt have both of the shoes together if they was both out there? Did he not see the shoe the first time when he was out there? Let me see what y'all saying too. So a lot of people did not know that it was two shoes. Miss V, what side of the shoe was scuffed? So we'll look at the shoe while we got it right here. And what side of the hoodie was holes? And the hoodie had holes in the hood of it, big time. And I think they're gonna lay it out here. Shout out to everybody in the building. I am not ignoring y'all, but I'm definitely listening. I'm listening for something. So y'all, please smack the thumbs up. Thank y'all for being here. Share it out to y'all. Okay, so there's one shoe, and that is not the one that was up here on the branch. This is the hoodie right here, like under brush, and this is already laid out. So I don't know how you could miss this whole trail of stuff, because that's what I'm looking at right now. And we're gonna go back to Wyatt too.
That wooded area. You can see what is that pink jumpsuit in the background of the photograph.
Okay. And in 33, what do we see here?
That is one of the black, red, and white gym shoes that we collected from the wooded area that I had previously stated.
Okay. And would it be?
So there is a lot of stuff on that shoe. Now, we didn't see that the first time. So this is the one that was on the ground.
Fair to say that's a left foot shoe?
Look like
yes.
Okay. And in picture 35, what do we have here?
That was a photograph of the inside of the shoe, of the size tag.
And in 37, what do we see here?
Again, we are still looking in that wooded area. That is the black jacket that was collected. It is towards the front of the photograph, kind of behind that tree branch.
And in 42,
that was a close-up of the black hooded jacket that we recovered.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you opened up the jacket, or is this how you saw it?
We did open up the jacket to examine it, yes.
Okay. And in 45, what's in 45?
So that is looking in one of the pockets of the jacket.
And can you see what's inside the pocket at that point, or no?
That photograph, I believe there is a paper and might be the pair of headphones.
Okay.
Would y'all say that? I mean, that hoodie looked way more filthy and weathered than the pink jumper does. What do y'all think? I know I'm way up here. So if the shoe was found inside the jumper, why isn't a picture of it and both shoes in the photo, not just one? Exactly. That's what I was just saying. Like, why wouldn't he have taken both of them? So I'm assuming he didn't find both of them when he was out there. Because when we listened to his testimony, we still thought it was one shoe. I was still a little confused because I'm like, how the heck did anybody see the shoe if it was wrapped up in that jumper and it didn't get put out until he did? So, finding out that is something. Okay, let me go down. That lady was right. Top Flight said now. Yeah, the points. Okay, so Miss V, I put it together, Naziah Harris was dragged on the left side of her body because the right side of is not scuffed up. Everything is on the left side. Okay, I hadn't even got there yet, so thank you for that, Tony. You a real sleuth over here, I see. I had to find something to listen to. Tired of Diddy and protesting. Oh man, it's a lot going on. All that yelling, and yeah, I'm glad you found your way over here reading books. We definitely keeping track of this case. Why in the picture she walking, the ground is not wet, and it was raining that day. Good point. I know in the picture that I seen her walking in court, it was like blurry looking, but I think they just put those blur marks there. I didn't see that it was raining either, but that is what they said. It rained that day. Tony makes a good point. So now we're waiting to find out what caused the holes in the hoodie. And I know Candace Starr had mentioned it could have been she had something with the exact holes, and it was her dog that put up. So she think it was his fingers, somebody's hands that was dragging her with that hood. Welcome in, Shelly. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Hope all is well. Yeah, good to see you here. Please make sure y'all subscribe if you're new here. And definitely smack that thumbs up. Okay, let's get into it.
And in 47,
Yes.
what are we looking at there?
So yes, that is the paper and the pair of headphones that was recovered from that pocket.
In 50?
So that's going to be the hood of that hooded jacket. We noted that there are several holes in the jacket of unknown origin.
See, of unknown origin. What do y'all think caused it? I mean, because a hood would be an easy way to drag somebody. Like a rag doll. But wouldn't you think that pink jumper would have been balled up? Like if the pink jumper was balled up, wouldn't you? It should be more wrinkled and more dirty, you would think, and you would think it would have a lot of leaves all over it or something. Like if she was wearing that, if the hoodie looked like that, I don't know. It ain't. Let's keep going.
Yeah, in 52, what do we see here?
I mean, that jumper looked real clean.
Again, we are looking into the wooded area. You can see that pink jumpsuit that is stuck in the branches of those trees.
And in 63?
Again, a closer shot of that pink jumpsuit.
In 78, what do we see here?
That is the right foot of the red, black, and white shoe that was recovered. That was located in the trees near that jumpsuit.
Okay, and is that fair to say the right foot?
Yes.
Okay, so if that's all Wyatt showed us, is that all he's seen when everything is all in the same area? Like, how can you miss the other stuff? I'm confused with that. Like, why didn't they just show us him in his testimony? Anyway, I got holes in the return rob mine. Think the person had rats. What? So, the holes in the hoodie is from her being dragged. Yep. Very, very. Yep. So I know Candace said that it could have been his fingers, I think she might have said thumb that went through it. But I think she was saying that she had a sweatshirt that looked exactly like that, and it was from her dog, or a dog pulling up on her. We'll keep going.
And 79, what do we have here?
That is a photo of the inside tag of that shoe to show its size.
4/12/2022 sticks out. The date on the shoe. Jarvis has a password. I remember them saying his password in interrogation. I think it was 409 something. 49, I want to say 22. But anyway, I have to go back to that. But that, yeah, I'll have to go back to
And
that.
in 88.
That is the pink jumpsuit that we recovered.
Why do it look so, what? Now, okay. Now that pink jumpsuit, you would think that would be, if it was on her body and her body is going through all of this trauma, it seems like that pink jumpsuit or jumper or whatever jumpsuit would have went through the same thing, right? I mean, why that look so dang on clean? Robe thrown off in a trash. Person returned it after stealing 3 pajamas away too. Robe. I'm a little confused. Welcome in, Blue Lotus. How you doing? Good seeing you. Miss V has already said that. Thank you, T Beezy. Let me see. Let's keep going. But yeah, that's clean to me.
And 89.
That's a photo of the size and the label of that jacket. That jacket jumpsuit.
And in 120.
That is a photo of the Rouge River.
Okay. So how close was the Rouge River, I guess, to the area that you were searching?
So there was a large parking lot just off of the west side of Berg, and then there was an embankment leading down to the river. I would say less than 500 feet.
What condition was the evidence that we just saw in the photos? What was the condition of it?
It was wet. It was dirty. It was currently raining when we were out at that scene. So.
What did you do with the evidence once you photographed it?
Once it was photographed, we collected it. I collected it and took it from the scene. The items that were wet, we then brought to the Detroit Police Department evidence garage, where we have a drying chamber so that that evidence could be dried in a safe, secure, and way so that any type of DNA evidence could be preserved. And then once that evidence was then dried, it was packaged and processed and submitted to the DPD property unit.
And you would have been the one who placed those items in the drying chamber?
Yes.
And are you also the one who placed them on evidence afterwards?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
What y'all think about what she just said? Very, very interesting. And I'm way up here though. Thank you so much. Sherry says she knocked before entering. Thank you so much for ringing my bell before breaking into my chat. So if you didn't hit the thumbs up before coming into the chat, please back out and smack that thumbs up. Matter of fact, you ain't even got to go nowhere. Just double tap the screen. Now, if you're watching from a phone or TV, I don't know how to tell you to hit the thumbs up, but you probably already know. But if you can't figure it out and you're watching me on TV, just grab your cell phone, because the way that I stream is really you'll get a good view watching it from your phone. I really don't know what it looks like on TV, but yeah, if you can't find a thumbs up button on your TV, please grab your cell phone and watch and hit the thumbs up from your cell phone. Is that lady a detective testifying? I forgot what her title was. She's a forensics person, I think she said. But she said it in the beginning before she started talking. Forensic tech or something. She had a different position. I remember her headphones being black. Yep. She said white, and they didn't even correct her. They were definitely black. Okay, let me keep it going. Oh, welcome in, Sherry. It's okay. I'm glad you are here, fam. Welcome in. Good seeing you here. Somebody had to be watching them, then put the things there after the detectives left. I'm trying to figure out why didn't Wyatt see the other shoe, and I'm assuming Wyatt only seen what he took a picture of, right? But you got the hoodie right there. But we gonna go back. No, I've heard that, and a pocket knife. Please smack that like button, y'all. I heard about the white towel and gloves. Okay. So when I listened to them, I wasn't listening for that. Like I listened to the testimonies in the beginning, just getting used to the case. And I didn't know none of the stuff that I know now. This case, somebody is trying to purposely mess up. It seems that way. Just by all of the stuff that we finding out. And also, this is a playlist. We on part 3 right now. So if you didn't catch part 1, check that out. Why crime still saying missing person? Man, and I meant to go look to see if she was on the missing persons website, because I had heard that she was taken off. Yeah, good question. I mean, she is still missing though. Don't nobody know where she at. They act like they know what's going on, but I ain't too sure. It'll be interesting to see. What else?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I believe you said that it was raining on the day that you were dispatched out to this location at the site.
That is correct.
Had it been raining most of the morning?
To the best of my recollection.
When you were dispatched out by somebody at DPD?
That is correct.
When you arrived at the site, were there already people on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
How many people would you say?
Approximately 10.
10. Were they all Detroit police officers, or were there other people there as well?
Everyone that I spoke with was with the Detroit Police Department.
Okay. But could you say for certain that everybody there was DPD?
No.
You were notified prior to leaving, or when you got there maybe, what evidence or what items you were actually looking for?
They told us we were looking for clothing.
Okay. Were you under the impression that somebody had seen something and wanted you to come out and photograph it and tag it?
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't the first person out there to see it?
That is correct.
Do you know who originally had seen the items?
I do not.
So you didn't speak with anybody about where they initially located them?
I spoke with the officers that were at that scene, that called me out to that scene, and they directed me to where that evidence had been located.
Okay. But you can't say for sure where the items were located before you had gotten there, fair to say?
Correct.
Did you see anybody else handle those items?
No.
But again, you couldn't say for sure that nobody did.
I can't say what happened.
See, listen, they already own it. I know somebody asked me if I'm giving this stuff to the courts or whatever. They already know. They listening at the same thing we listening to. How would you not know? Like, they already using that. Like, come on, anybody could have messed with the evidence. And if it is real evidence, like, I'm not feeling the evidence at all, because this is not what they said she had on. And I don't know why it's even allowed in as evidence unless they know that she went home and changed her clothes. Because clearly is not what she had on in school. And they asking all the right questions, like, yeah, like, how do you know? We definitely know that he's guilty of some things, but we want everybody that's involved. We don't just want one person, because we know that there's more than just one person involved.
And before my arrival on the scene.
One of the items was a black hoodie, right?
That is correct.
Fair to say that it appeared pretty weathered.
Yes.
I think the report notes that there's spider webs on it.
Yes.
Some detritus leaves, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Now, I remember when they asked Wyatt about he said he didn't know nothing about no spider webs. I think I remember them asking him that. We'll go back.
There was also a pink bodysuit.
That is correct.
Now, that was not on the ground, correct?
No.
That was in some branches a distance away.
That is correct.
About how far away
What?
were those two items from one another?
Not that far, but I couldn't give an estimate right now of just
Now,
distance.
now she just said it wasn't on the ground. Yeah, it wasn't because Wyatt unballed it up and laid it there. So she's making a point with this.
Yeah, I don't want you to guess. Fair to say that the jumpsuit didn't necessarily appear similarly weathered to the hoodie.
No, it did not.
It did have some like dirt or stains on it,
It did, yes.
but it wasn't quite as weathered, I guess. Same word I could use.
I would say so, yes.
So you collected the items.
Mm-hmm.
When you did so, did you wear disposable gloves?
I did.
Did you wear a new pair of gloves for each item that you collected?
I did.
And each item went into a separate bag.
That is correct.
It's got its own tag.
Yes.
And then you yourself drove them to this evidence garage.
Yes.
Now this evidence garage, where is it at?
It's located at 11631 Mount Elliott in the city of Detroit.
And you yourself checked them in at the garage.
Yes.
What is the process for that?
So it is placed in our evidence tracker system, and there is a label in there to say that it is at the garage for drying. So it was noted that that was where it was going to be. The drying chamber is in a locked room, and then the chamber itself is also locked. So the key was acquired from my sergeant, my supervisor, to get into that room. The items were then hung up in a way that they were not touching each other. They did not come into contact with each other during the drying process. Then this chamber was locked back up. The door to the room was locked, and the key was returned to my supervisor. Then after 24 hours, then I returned to then collect that evidence, where it was all packaged individually in their own bag, and then that was then taped, secured, and turned over to property.
And you did all that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you took each of the items out of their respective bags, again, did you wear disposable gloves?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you change those gloves every time you handled a different piece of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you recollected them, you put them in fresh bags?
Yes.
And you, again, used disposable gloves?
Yes.
And did you use different ones every time you
Yes.
handled each item?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't have anything else, thank you.
Man.
Commissioner Balla, when you placed these items on evidence, are they each given like a specific evidence tag number?
Yes.
Okay, and could we just go through those really quick? If you have a report,
I do.
okay, if you need to refresh your memory at all, please let me know. And if you want to refer to your report to refresh your memory, just let us know, okay? So for the red, black, and white Nike gym shoes, those were placed in evidence.
Yes.
And do you recall what tag number they were?
Can I refresh?
If that would refresh your memory, yes.
So those were item 84.
Okay, and that black hoodie that was also placed in evidence?
Sorry, if I check again to refresh.
Yes.
So the black hoodie was item 85.
And what about that pink bodysuit?
That was going to be item 86.
Okay. And the headphones and paper, did you package those separately or together?
Can I refresh my report? Look at my report.
If that would refresh your memory.
So the headphones and paper were packaged together because they came from the same pocket under item 88.
88? Okay. And there were a couple other items that you also placed in evidence?
That is correct.
Okay. What were the other items?
There was a pair of gloves that was recovered from the wooded area as well, and a brown, blue, gray towel. It was a dirty, wet towel from near the parking lot.
Okay. And did you place that towel on evidence?
Yes.
What number did you place that on?
May I refresh?
Yes.
So the towel was 82.
Okay. And what about those gloves you were talking about?
The gloves were 83.
Okay. Was there any other items?
There was like a Ziploc bag that was recovered from the other jacket pocket that was placed under item 89.
Okay. And anything else?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Was there any kind of rubber bracelet
Oh, sorry. Yes, there was a rubber bracelet that was recovered from that wooded area as well.
Okay, and was that on evidence also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was that based on?
May I refresh?
If it would refresh your memory, yes.
Thank you. That was item number 87.
What? That's a lot of stuff we ain't hear about. Well, I didn't hear about. Let's just say that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I wasn't listening for it. I wasn't. That's a lot of stuff that they found. Top Flight said all was planted. Okay. Look, so we got a pink jumper, number 86, a black hoodie, number 85, gloves, number 83, a pair of gloves, she said. But she didn't say the color, did she? A pair of gloves, 83, a brown, black, gray, dirty towel near the parking lot, number 82. The shoes, 84. The paper and earbuds, which that paper looked like a tissue to me. They're saying number 88, and I didn't know about a Ziploc bag at all. Number 89, and then a rubber bracelet, number 87. We don't have that necklace that she had on. She had a necklace on as well as the earbuds when she was waving in that photo. Happy Sunday, A Poem. Welcome in. Good seeing you. How the hoodie dirty like that shoes clean? It makes no sense. I'm doing well. That's good. Miss Tracy, welcome in. I think the towel and gloves will be used in court. We need that seer to tell us where her body is. Yeah, like they were saying that Naziah don't know where she is. She said that when she was in the spot that everybody was looking in, and then she was moved. Another testimony that seemed odd now looking back is the lady that found her ID. Because she said she had been walking over that ID for 2 weeks, and then she just decided to pick it up one day. Let's listen at Annette right quick. Because she said
She's walking up the stairs here.
She said her clothes wrong. She said something different than what we know. So that's really all I want to hear from her.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever Mr. Makepeace.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
And then Harris.
And Ms. Harris, do you know someone, or did you know someone by the name of Naziah Harris?
Yes.
And who is Naziah to you?
My granddaughter.
Are you her legal guardian?
Yes, I am.
When did you become her legal guardian?
I adopted Naziah back in 2016.
And that was court work or paperwork filed and all that to legally adopt her?
Yes, it took a process.
Oh.
Yes.
And
so 2016, that means she was about 6 years old, right? Was she born in 2010 or 11? She was not 2 years old when Annette had her. I mean, when Annette got her, but she was 2 years old when Jarvis met her. But Annette didn't have her in her custody that early.
back in January of 2024, did Naziah live with you?
Yes.
I don't want to know the specific address, but what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes, it is.
How long had Naziah been living with you at that address on Bedford?
Oh, wow. Basically, I mean, ever since I had her. I mean.
Since 2016?
Well, we moved to another house.
Okay, when did you move into the Bedford house?
Let me see. 2019, we moved in that house and then moved in the house that I am now, which is still on Bedford.
Okay. And did Naziah make those moves with you?
Yes.
And in January of 2024, at that Bedford location, who else lived there?
Just me, the kids. My other daughter lived with me at the other address. But it was just basically me and my kids and Shannon.
So see, she just said what Dre had told us is that they lived with her at that first address. And when Annette moved down the street, they were moving pretty much. Marquita and Dre were moving around the same time. So they didn't move with her down to the new house. But you just heard her say Shannon was down there. Marquita wasn't. So that go with what Dre said. I just wanted to point that out.
And who is Shannon?
My daughter.
And what's her last name?
Harris.
And she lived with you and Isaiah and the other kids at the Bedford location?
At the first Bedford location.
Okay.
Yes.
At that first Bedford location, how many other kids in addition to Isaiah lived there?
My other two, my grandson and my other grandchildren.
Okay. So how many kids total in that house?
6. Should have been 6.
And you and Shannon, correct?
Well,
Living there.
Shannon, she was there, but she wasn't really like there all the time.
Okay.
She would spend more majority of her time at my house, but actually Shannon had her place out in Clinton Township.
And when you were there in January of 24, how old was Isaiah at that time?
January 24th, she had 13. She had her birthday in September.
And was she going to school?
Yes, she was.
What school did she attend?
J.E. Clark Preparatory Academy.
And is that also in Detroit?
Yes, it is.
Just generally, can you tell us about your morning routine with the kids, specifically Isaiah, about getting them to school and things like that?
Sure. Okay. 6 a.m. That's when I get the children up. They usually get up, get dressed, prepare themselves. About 7:15, 7:20, we're basically saying prayer and we're loading up in the car. I'm dropping them off at school at 7:30. Breakfast starts at 7:30, and they like to eat breakfast at school.
And does that include Isaiah? You would drop her off at J.E. Clark?
All together, yes.
Now, I want to talk about, let me ask you it this way.
So if you dropped her off, why you didn't pick her back up?
Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Stupid.
If you need to stand up, then we'll grow.
Look how she looking.
Do you need glasses?
Yeah, my daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to get your glasses?
This is ridiculous. I don't even feel like watching it again with her dramatic line behind. You know, goodwill, you see that man. I do want to point out when she said, I thought she was part of the family. She didn't have no glasses on then either, but she sure seen them, didn't she? I'm talking about quick. She was asking the kids to get out the way, use her little cute voice like her man had just arrived and all that. But in court, she can't see him. She just told on herself. She really did.
May I first witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
And you can just stand up and take another look.
Okay. Yes.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
Blue uniform with a blue mask.
For the record, the witnesses identify Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter.
Summer Bucket?
And may I approach the witness again, Judge?
Yeah.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 9.
We're wasting our time, woman.
And Ms. Harris, do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jarvis Butts.
And is that the same person you've identified in court here today?
Yes.
And Ms. Harris, how did you know Mr. Butts back in January of 2024?
He's the father of my daughter's children.
And is that daughter Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. How many kids do they have together? 5.
5.
And would he come around your house on Bedford in January or the months leading up to January?
Whenever he did come, he would always pull up in a white truck, and Shannon would go out to the car, and they would sit and talk or whatever. But he would very rarely come in my house.
And during that time when he would come around and sit,
the way she shook her head and look how she holding her mouth all curled up, lying. Like she ought to be a damn shame of herself. Like this woman just annoys me just looking at her right now. Let's keep it going.
in his car, was there any times that he would interact with Naziah that you saw?
Look at this mess. Oh no, never. But he'll come and pick them up and come on, man. What are we doing here? This is the person that I blame more than anybody, y'all. I really do. And she makes sure she stay out the spotlight. But she is the apple of my eye with this case, okay? Her.
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. I want to talk.
Oh, let me see what y'all saying. Because I really didn't. I needed to map out her spot. I really just wanted to get to the part where she's talking. Oh, okay. Let me see. Miss V, question for everyone in the chat. Where is Naziah Harris' socks? Good question. We ain't hear nothing about no socks. I think they stripped her and then went to the dirty clothes basket and grabbed those clothes. She should get an Emmy, an Oscar, a Grammy for the best dramatic liar. Okay, Miss Hurd, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, I see she getting on all of our nerves right now. So, Sherry Clark, at the end of that video, someone says, I thought I was going to be able to get a little bit. I was wondering if that was Annette or Shannon. What? You talking about the video when he came into the house? Because I remember you saying something about she said something at the end and why wasn't nobody talking about it, but I didn't hear what you were talking about. Let me see. Miss V, I agree. She was what? An orchestrator? The orchestrator of it all. Definitely. It didn't even start with her. You know what I'm saying? But I think she's a big part of keeping it together. I mean, it sounds like the same thing happened to her. So it would have had to start at least with her mother. I don't know though, but I don't believe she started it, but she definitely helped keeping it together. She is the one keeping it going, in my opinion.
Specifically about January 9th, you had described your morning routine with the kids. Did you follow that routine on January 9th?
Yes, I did.
And did that include dropping Naziah off at J.E. Clark 7:15, 7:30?
Yes.
And can you tell us what she was wearing on January 9th, 2024?
Yes, she was wearing a pair of light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had the black.
Light powdered jeans and a light powdered jacket. So she had on a little jean set, huh? Where the heck the pink jumper come from? Hold on.
Light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had the black little fur around the collar. It was like a two-piece set.
And
what?
Did you have a sweater on or a shirt on or something?
She had a shirt. She wore a shirt underneath it.
And you remember, did you have any other clothes with her on the 9th when you dropped her off?
She had her little blue sweatshirt with a little hoodie.
She didn't say nothing right. I mean, she did have on jeans. It looked like what? She didn't say nothing right for real. Like, where do I have a picture of what she had on? Let's pull up a picture. And then I'm gonna go back to what she just said because that is not at all what she had on. Wait, let's go to the picture. Wait, where is my pictures at? I'm all in the wrong spot. Okay, this was her right here walking down the street. She do have on blue jeans. You can see the blue jeans. I don't know who that is walking down the street, but look, this little kid sitting here. You can see the blue jeans, and you can also see her shoes. which look black and white from just what I'm looking at. It don't, them shoes on her feet. If that is from the day that she went missing, it don't look like the red, black, and white Nikes with her sitting on the bus. Let me know what y'all think. Matter of fact, this one, if I pull up the evidence picture, you might be able to see it better because I think it's showing more. We do see Annette and Florentino right there. Hold on, but that was back in 2017. The bishop is washing her feet. Okay, and Florentino is there. But right here is where I want to go. Where's her jeans at, though? I mean, she had on blue jeans, according to her grandma. Man, where is the picture of her sitting in school? Oh, there it is. That ain't the picture that I want either. But y'all heard what the woman just said she had on. Okay. Where did those clothes come from? Not her walking or on the bus. Exactly, Kristen. That is how I feel too. Like that, okay. I was saying, like, on the bus, it looks like a little girl, look like a little kid, right? But walking down the street, by the time she get off the bus, she got on a different outfit. It just looked different. But I chopped it up. I was like, well, if they using it in court, it must be her. So I got videos where I'm kind of looking at this frame by frame. And in one of the frames, it looked different. It looked like it was a hood and just a glimpse of one. But they distorted the picture so bad that it is so distorted that it caused confusion. Because that don't look like the same person. It just don't. But and then she said something about fur. Like, let's go back to what Annette said. Why didn't I put a flyer in here? Let me write down what this woman talking about. Let's look at her turned up lip. Hold on. But yeah, and on the bus, and look at her shoes right there. On the bus and walking, they look black and white only. She had to have gone home. I just don't know. That looked like toilet paper too, don't it? Tissue or something. It don't look like paper to me, but that's what she called it. Okay, let's go back. We'll keep that there.
Did you have any other clothes with her on the 9th when you dropped her off?
She had her little blue sweatshirt with a little hoodie. She had that with her. And
do you know how or when she got that hoodie?
I bought that hoodie for her. I guess it was in the fall sometime when I bought it. When I first, I mean, it wasn't nothing new.
This woman. Let me move all this stuff.
Ain't nobody this motherfucking taking off their brand new suit and leaving it right here like this. And it look like it's blood right there. Look at it. I know what blood look like. Definitely giving blood, bro. And definitely a brand new ass suit, man. This bitch ain't got no crease and clean as hell. Blood on her back. Who the fuck leaving a brand new shoe right here? Come on, man. Definitely blood, bro. If you don't think that's blood, you crazy, bro. I know what blood look like. Feel me? Ain't nobody this motherfucking taking off their brand new suit and leaving it right here like this. And it look like it's blood right there. Look at it. I know what. Hey, I'm just riding and thinking, right? No matter how much crazy shit I've been through in my life this year, topped it off for real. This was like my sink or swim year mentally, where, you know, life threw a curveball, life threw some shit that I lot of shit mentally for a long time, but this shit really take her swimming. And now, like, I'm thinking on this shit. Hey, I'm just riding and thinking, right?
So I played that because I believe that's the guy that found her shoe or that recorded it and put it on Instagram. I'm gonna do a poll to see if y'all think that's the same guy. And then I'm gonna take it back to what Annette just said about her clothes. So I just want to point out it's just ridiculous that listening to it in court, they're saying it wrong. Then I mean the grandmother who should have got it right out of everybody, like they're going off of what these people saying, and she's saying something totally different than what they even put on the flyer. The flyer, one of the flyers that I seen didn't even have a description at all of what she had on. Then they redid it and changed it a couple times. It just don't make sense. And then it's still changing up in court. That's the biggest problem.
Just one of her old hoodie jacket she used when she go to the gym.
Okay. And in terms of, if you know, the condition of that hoodie on the 9th, was it torn, ripped, damaged in any way?
No, it was fairly really like kind of like still new because she took pretty good care of her things.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice it wasn't damn blue? Like I'm just trying to hold on.
Yes.
Of that hoodie on the 9th, was it torn?
I guess it was in the fall sometime when I bought it when I first. I mean, it wasn't nothing new. It was just one of her old hoodie jacket she used when she go to the gym.
The hell?
She had that with her.
And a shirt on or something?
She had a shirt. She wore a shirt underneath it.
What color was the shirt?
Light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had.
I'm sick of this mess. I'm just sick of this mess. So it's okay to say that she had that on and they using, boy, let's get it exactly. Light powder blue jeans.
Yeah, she was wearing a pair of light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had
a light powder blue jacket. Where's that at? Where is it?
Had the black little fur around the collar.
Black fur around the collar. The jacket, the light powder blue jacket had a little black fur around it. What? Where? We don't even see that on the picture.
It was like a two-piece set.
Two-piece set. That mean it went together. I mean that was bought together. Then her teacher said she had a plaid jacket on. I mean, how many jackets and coats did she wear that day?
And did she have a sweater on or a shirt on or something?
She had a shirt. She wore a shirt underneath it.
What color was that shirt she wore underneath it? Was it a t-shirt? What kind of shirt? A shirt underneath. So she had an undershirt on.
And you remember, did you have any other clothes with her on the 9th when you dropped her off?
She had her little blue sweatshirt with the little hoodie.
She had her little sweatshirt with the little hoodie. Blue sweatshirt. Blue hoodie sweatshirt. Let's just say blue hoodie. But where is the blue hoodie at? Like, no, I'm just still trying to get to anything in the evidence that matched what the grandmother just said the one she was wearing.
She had that with her.
And do you know how or when she got that hoodie?
I bought that hoodie for her. I guess it was in the fall sometime. I bought it when I first. It wasn't nothing new.
She should be baking.
Just one of her old
faces.
hoodie jacket she used when she go to gym.
Okay. And in terms of, if you know, the condition of that hoodie on the 9th, was it torn, ripped, damaged in any way?
No, it was fairly good. Like, kind of like steel. Because she took pretty good care of her things.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 12. Ms. Harris, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a picture of Nasiah?
Yes.
And do you know when that picture was taken?
The same day, January the 9th, she took this picture.
Oh, move to admit People's Proposed 12.
Any objection?
Objection.
To be admitted as People's Exhibit 12?
So they just showed her a picture of what the heck she had on, and she, okay, yeah, that's a picture she took that day. And then we heard Shannon Jones say that she got sent a picture of what she was wearing that day or something to that effect.
And when you dropped Nasiah off at J.E. Clark, what was the routine supposed to be after school's over?
Okay, well, school is over. The bell rings at 2:40. Nasiah was due to come home. And normally when the bell rings, 2:40, 2:45, she's getting on the bus.
And that's what she normally did on other days?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And
yes.
what time would she normally arrive back at home?
The Nasiah would be walking in through the door maybe 3:05, no later than that.
And on January 9th, did she walk in at 3:05?
No, she did not.
And were you home when she didn't come home?
I was there for a little while, but I left out to run some errands. But no, when I got to the house, she was not there.
And at that time, did you have a conversation with someone else about her not coming home, Nasiah not coming home?
Yeah, when I picked my children up from the after school program.
It just doesn't make sense that she would be out running errands and not picking her up if she don't usually catch the bus, because she said she followed the morning routine, but she didn't. It wasn't no reason for her to catch the bus. But anyway, let's keep going.
I went in and my daughter said,
Objection to what a dog says from the hearsay.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, so thank you.
Just talking about what you saw and heard, and not asking for what anybody said, but did you talk to Shannon, your daughter?
yes, Shannon said she was not there.
When you got home that day on the 9th, was Nasiah there?
No.
And did you eventually make a police report about her missing?
Yes, I did. Yes,
And when did you do that?
That morning when I got to school, I went up and dropped the kids off to school. I talked with the dean.
Why would she say that morning when she know dang on well it was the next morning? Like just sitting up here blatantly lying in court and passing it off as if you said it wrong. Thanks, Tracy. She a large, blonde, fair woman. I don't even know her, seen her before. Miss V on my TV. Appreciate your looking. Oh, you watching me on TV? So Mushy, do you know how to hit the thumbs up on the TV? Is it easy or do you have to use a cell phone? Yep, just lying. Exactly, Carla. I mean, what is really going on? And yeah, it definitely sounds rehearsed. But that's the problem. And then she just sitting there like it's just another day. Like your granddaughter is not missing. No tears, no emotion. Didn't Shannon say Nasiah took the bus? No, all of a sudden she dropped her off. I'm done. Yeah, she dropped her off and then she caught the bus home. Like, for what? If you was out running errands too, like you could have went and picked her up. Like, I mean, because according to Devin, she usually don't catch the bus. Well, I heard Mark D say that Devin said he's usually the one that warm up the car and stuff, and it was kind of odd that she caught the bus because she usually get picked up and dropped off, is what I heard. So it makes no sense to me. So sound rehearsal. Can't I approach also? She's trying her best not to slip and say something wrong. Exactly, Ozzy. You writing? Okay. Let me hit this.
And the principal. And I told them that I was on my way to police station, and they told me that they would call the police, and the DPS police came there.
And you said DPS, is that Detroit Public Schools?
Yeah.
And did you talk to an officer at that time at the school?
Yes, I did.
And was that at J.E. Clark physically at that location?
Yes.
And you said that morning, are you talking about the morning of the 10th?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're lying. She didn't even want to say the next morning. You know, she didn't. She know it would sound bad. So that morning, no, the next morning, ma'am.
Is Naziah active on social media, if you know?
Well, as far as I know, she was. I mean, there were times that she was sneaking and go on it, you know. But yeah, she was.
Okay. And did you keep track of her social media pages like TikTok or Facebook or anything like that?
I tried. A lot of times, you know, I would take her phone and stuff from her, you know, so, you know, to keep her.
Saying she tried is equivalent to saying she tried to brush her teeth. That's just not something you try to do. Either you do it or you don't.
Being on there, you know.
And after the 9th, did you ever see any posts made by Naziah?
I didn't see any posts. Most of the time, you know, if there was a post or something, or she posts, my daughter or someone would call me and tell me.
Have you ever heard after the 9th, any communication or seen Naziah? When, is that a no?
No.
And when you dropped her off on the 9th at school at J.E. Clark?
You see how she said that? No. Look how the judge looking at her too. Look at her. Hell no, I ain't seen her. She gone. Like we already, yeah. Just it kind of put me in the mind of the guy that was retired, and she asked a question. It was almost like he was about to answer. Hell if I know. You know what I'm saying? He literally, the way that he shrugged his shoulders, like I don't know the answer to that question or something he said, but it's like he was about to say, hell if I know. I don't know. I didn't care. That was my last day. I don't even know why they gave it to me. She got the same damn attitude as my point. Look at all them wrinkles on her forehead. Just did not give a damn. I mean, are we talking about your loved one or your enemy? I'm just trying to figure that out. She looks and sounds like a fool. Exactly. I mean, no emotion at all. She's irritating my soul right now. I blame her, y'all. I do, more than anybody.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Yes.
And didn't give a damn.
Just to follow up, I did forget to ask this. Her bus stop, how far from your house was that in walking distance?
5 minutes.
Okay. Do you know where the location that she got dropped off?
I mean, what? She's saying that like, oh, Naziah could have got home. I mean, it's only a 5-minute walk. It's no, I don't know. I just.
That was the address of the intersection.
Right there at a 3-mile drive in Cornwall.
And that's 5 minutes from your house?
Yeah.
And did Naziah have any nicknames that people called her?
Where her family called her Tutu, but I've always called her Glamorous. I've been calling her ever since she was born.
Say Glamour?
Glamorous.
Oh. We have one more question.
Yes. You said Tutu?
Tutu. Mm-hmm.
She was more excited about the pet names than anything. Like I said before, was it stage names or not? She called them Glamorous and Gorgeous and all this stuff. Sound like stage names. I'm just saying, especially knowing, who we dealing with here. This whole investigation is sick. All of them talk like it's just another day. Exactly. Oh boy, here comes Stevie Wonder, y'all. Exactly. She is just something else, man. She didn't have to wonder when he walked in that house, though. Oh no, he don't come in the house, but he take the kids away. Like, just sound crazy. Sound like the Lady of the Night's names. Exactly. That's what I think they were. You're gonna be gorgeous. You're gonna be glamorous, and I'm gonna buy you some stilettos and poles and all that. I'm surprised she ain't had none in the house. Maybe they was learning in the basement.
I know.
Yeah, I'm done with her because I just wanted to know what she was gonna say that she was wearing, and we see what she just said. It was something that she wasn't wearing. I mean, okay, let me go to the picture. Let me go back to the evidence here. Looking at the picture of her the day that she left, or do I not even hold on? I gotta find the picture, y'all. I'm about to put it in here. That's what I'm gonna have to do. And I'm gonna have to hold on. Let's go back to Wyatt right quick. The Border Patrol guy. I gotta put these pictures in here. It's driving me nuts. Oh shoot.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, the picture of her waving that the shirt that she has on, it looked like a sweater, a turtleneck sweater to me. But she described it as a light powder blue jacket.
Name's Wyatt Barnes.
How are you employed?
I work for the United States Border Patrol.
And how long have you been employed by the U.S. Border Patrol?
14 years and change.
And were you working back on March 12th, 2024?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was working in a search and rescue capacity. That's the primary job, my primary job.
Okay. And were you working alone or with a partner or a group of people?
With a team. There was a sizable team today.
And what is it that you guys were doing?
We were responding to a missing person in that area.
And which area are we talking about? Where were you at?
7 Mile and Berg.
Okay.
So in June, from my understanding, it's like another case conference, like coming to the table to see if they on track for the trial to begin in October. I mean, because things change along the way, and I guess that's kind of what they doing. But then the trial is October 6th. June 20th is the case conference, and October 6th is the trial. I'm gonna double check that though. Not right now because I'm doing something else. Okay, let me see something. I'm trying to get these pictures in here. I'm gonna slow this down. Oh, normal.
What was your role in searching the 7 Mile and Berg area?
I was searching the riverbank of the River Rouge. We were searching south along the bank. I was on the east side of the bank.
And welcome in, Shannon.
Okay. And
hey, Evelyn.
When you were searching this area, was there anything in particular that you were told to look for?
Just nothing solid, but there were just some child-sized clothing things, just anything that could have been washed up on the riverbank. There was a storm recently, so we were in the water and on the riverbanks.
Okay, so you're kind of looking for maybe some child-sized clothing.
Yes.
Okay, and did you come across any clothing that you thought maybe would fit a description?
Yes.
Okay, and where was that at?
That was south of 7 Mile and Berg, near a abandoned structure next to a dirt parking lot. About, I can't give an exact distance, maybe 50 feet off.
Okay. And when you find articles of clothing, what is it that you do in your role?
So there's a lot of stuff that might be washed up. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to age it and make sure that it is something that could possibly be related. And then I'm going to just immediately report a picture to the incident command so that they can send people to properly inspect it.
Okay, and when you say age, what do you mean by aging?
Just to make sure that it hasn't obviously been in the brush for years, or it's not some garbage that washed up. That's all.
Okay, and in this search in particular, what was kind of the time frame that you were supposed to be like using to age?
Recent, not like within a month or two.
Okay.
So it would still look new.
And so when you find items, you said that you age them and then you kind of report them to incident command.
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you report them? Do you go out like a walkie-talkie? Do you call them on the phone?
Via radio.
Okay.
Yeah, via radio, and then there's usually some type of a chat, but I wasn't communicating directly on the chat. I just kind of forwarded the photos to a supervisor who then gave the photos to the incident commander.
Okay.
And they would divvy those out to the detectives.
Okay. And what is it that you found in this case?
I found I don't know if this is the right term for it, but like a onesie. It was mostly balled up in the brush with a shoe inside of it. And so I pulled I didn't know it was clothing at the time, but I pulled it out of the brush just to kind of open it up and see what it was. And then once I saw that it was clothing with the shoe inside, I just reported it to the incident commander.
Okay. And when you're touching these items, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, describe the onesie, color, size, anything like that?
Pink. Honestly, the size, small.
And what about the shoes?
Shoe.
Or shoes. The shoe that you
It was
found,
a
right?
small Nike shoe.
Okay.
And
sorry.
it was inside the onesie, which was inside out.
I just want to point out he only found the pink jumpsuit and one shoe. Even though all the evidence was sitting out there and dang near in the same spot from the way that it was pictured. I mean, it was able to be in one picture, so it was in the same spot. So I just think that's kind of weird that he didn't see any of that. And that's the evidence. So he found that the lady we just listened to, Margaret, she found a jumpsuit, black hoodie, gloves, towel, shoe, the other shoe. She said paper and earbuds and a Ziploc bag with a rubber bracelet. And she came out there because she was called out there to collect the evidence he found, but ended up finding all of this. And you'll see it all in one shot. Let me move this because I do have the pictures of her on the bus and walking down the street, and I'm about to put in some more pictures of her like in a classroom and a bigger picture of her sitting on a bus. I'm trying to find the flyers too, because they are I found at least like 3 or 4 different flyers that said something different. And then I'll look at the comments in a minute too, y'all. I'll be up here working.
And were you instructed to recover those at the time?
Like bag them and bring them somewhere?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, that wasn't.
Were you? How do you, I guess, convey to someone where at these items are?
GPS coordinates.
Okay. And did you author like a paragraph report in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you include coordinates in that report?
Yes, and they were incorrect in that report. I just went over it yesterday. I do have the correct coordinates if you guys want those.
See, and even the GPS coordinates was incorrect. So that's something else that was wrong that they had to fix.
Yes, could you please provide us with the correct coordinates?
Yes.
And is there something that you're going to be using to refresh your memory?
I have a piece of paper here.
Okay.
So the coordinates that were provided
See ya.
in the paper were for the incident command. These coordinates are very close to where that piece of clothing was found.
Okay.
Their decimal degrees: 42.426693, negative 83.268497.
Okay. So the coordinates that are in your report are where incident command was kind of set up.
That's the incident command, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already admitted as People's Exhibit 14. Now I'm going to show just some specific pictures from that. We're looking at picture 63 here. Tell me, do you recognize anything in this photo?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
The pink article of clothing in the shoe.
Okay. And when you initially saw these items, is that how you saw them?
No, they were just balled up in the brush, just kind of stuffed in there.
Okay.
So
sorry, continue.
I pulled them out and set them that way so the detectives would see it.
Okay. So I'm going to go to photo 69. Is this the shoe that you had found that was inside the leg of the pink jumpsuit? Or
Yes.
onesie? Okay.
Yes, it is.
And 67. Is this
Yep.
a photo of them just from the behind?
Yes.
Okay, and you're the one who kind of took them apart and placed them separately like that?
I did.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And did you do anything else as it relates to this case?
No.
Nothing further, Judge. Oh, sorry, 1 minute. Oh, the coordinates that you came, are those latitude, longitude?
Yes. Yep.
Nothing further, Judge. Okay.
Well, like decimal degrees. So.
Thank you.
Agent Barnes, you said that you were taking part in a search of the area of 7 Mile and Bird. Was that, how large of an area was it?
I probably searched at that point not quite half a mile of river at that point. So not a huge area.
And you said you were part of a team?
Yes.
About how many people were out there?
There was multiple counties out there assisting in the search. Honestly, I couldn't give you an exact number. Probably several dozen.
7 dozen?
Several dozen.
Several
There
dozen.
was different teams assigned to different parts of the river.
So different people were assigned to, or different teams were assigned to one like half-mile location, another half-mile location, or coordinates, I guess?
Yes, even smaller than that. Smaller sections in that, yeah, just to keep guys fresh.
And was it like a coordinated effort then to kind of sweep this area?
Yes.
So you're just walking like in a straight line, or?
For the most
Or
part.
can you describe kind of how that looks?
Yeah, so in the river, I'll go from the river to the banks. So in the river, you have different teams wearing dry suits, using technology, looking for anything that resembles a body, and then sticks to kind of push stuff loose, and then they're searching the log jams in the river. Then you have guys on the edge of the river, because the water level was high, so we wanted to cover the river banks as well, which the water level was high and had become lower. Then you have teams on the banks, and then teams kind of doing an S pattern along the river edge to make sure they cover as much ground as possible.
Thank you. And so you said that on this particular day, the water level was high?
No, the water level was high the week prior or so, so we wanted to make sure that we covered the river banks where the water was. The water was back to its normal level.
Was there a way to tell where the water level had been previously? Is there a way to mark that?
Sometimes it's just where debris gets caught up in the brush. It was maybe a foot higher, but it wasn't.
Okay. Yeah. And it was you personally that saw the pink onesie first, or the pink thing that you initially saw?
Yes.
Did you take pictures of it, how it looked when you initially found it?
I didn't. No.
Would you normally do something like that?
There's just so much stuff. I wasn't taking all day if I'd taken a picture of everything I found. So
you stopped and kind of moved it, manipulated it.
I pulled it up to inspect it, noted that it was worthy of reporting, set it back down, radioed it in.
Okay. And how far did you set it down from the location where you initially located it?
Same spot.
Exact same spot?
Same brush.
Okay. And you said that part of what you do is kind of to note approximately how long it looks like it's been out there.
Yeah.
And in this particular case, what was it that you kind of found or thought when you noticed it?
There was no discoloration from the sun. You know, typically if something sits outside for a while, the sun's going to change the color that it sees, and then underneath it's going to be a different color. There was no discoloration in the article of clothing. So, and that can happen in weeks.
Welcome in, Passion.
It's pretty quick. Depending on how much time there is. There was no evidence of animals getting in it. There was no significant dirt. It looked very fresh.
Okay. Did you find or see any other clothing other than the shoe in that area?
Very old clothing. Years old.
Like what, for example?
Maybe just old coats, but it's nothing pertinent. Things that were layers of lots. Yeah, I mean, there's a fair amount of debris
in that general area, in that half-mile area that you were scanning.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand how he missed the other shoe, the everything that we're looking at in the same picture. That it's almost like, I mean, was he just caught for those items and that's all he went to? Or I'm just confused. Like, why? How did you miss that? I don't know why this does that. It's so annoying. Let's see something. So I don't understand how he missed the other items that were very nearby if he has years of experience searching. He must have didn't search. Shoot, how do you miss it? It's steps away, but we'll keep going. I'm confused. If Natai had gone home and changed, she would not have gotten there before 4 for them to pick her up. It appears the entire day was made up. He was supposed to pick her up at 3.
Just briefly, Josh. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Given that you photographed these and alerted these, did these the pink onesie and the shoe, those matched your aging?
Hey, Catherine.
Following.
There was no age necessarily, if that's what you mean. Like they hadn't been out there for a long period of time.
Oh, I got trolls. I hope my sniper's on it, because I'd be too busy not even paying attention. Oh, okay, so he gone now? All right. Okay, so does it make a little bit more sense now? Like, I don't know. He missed him because he didn't care like the rest of them. Yep, that's exactly that's exactly what is given. Like, that doesn't sound right. Um, how do you choose what you're gonna collect? Enemy menu, many mode. Yeah, any many mighty mode. Just like I was saying yesterday. That exactly, or the other day. That's exactly what it is. Like, I mean, and then the way that Shannon talked about the weapons and the different things. We gonna go back to that too, because um she has some other things to say too. Let me go back to her. I got that up in here also. And I think, yeah, that's the last one I wanted to look at, really. But wait, what was I trying to look at here? Hold on, I don't think.
Answer the phone. You not doing.
Yeah, hold on. So I got these pictures in here. Let's go to that right quick. So that is her the day that she's at school. We don't see nothing that Annette said she had on. We don't see red shoes on her feet and while she's sitting on the bus. That's all of these pictures are supposed to be from the day. And then these are the flyers and stuff. So I'm gonna go to that because I know y'all probably can't see everything. But maybe y'all can, but I'm gonna still read it. First thing I'm gonna do is look at the picture of her waving. Wait, let's go here. So some of the things that I can notice on this picture, and I had this picture in like zeroing in on her hair, on her forehead, because on her forehead in that picture where she's got her hand up, that's like a curl, a self-made curl on her head at the top, and then it do look like maybe a bruise there from a bump or something. But I'm noticing on her hand, she has her hand raised up. And my bad, I should have put them in individually, but I didn't have time because I'm doing this all live. But I noticed she has a ring on her hand that is up. She has a ring on her middle finger. She does have a necklace on. Now, and you can see the black earbuds hanging from her jacket. I mean, from her. They're like on her jacket. It's a charm on her necklace too, but I can't make that out. She has the earbuds in her ear. I can see it's in her ear. And also, why do this picture look so bad? This picture, if you notice, the last picture that she took, it's blurry. It don't look clear. It looked distorted to me. And I don't know why. She has things in her hair that they should have found. Because it looked like whatever the ball of her hair is being held by something. It looked like beads and stuff. I don't know. It looked like it's beads hanging from her hair. And her hair was supposedly got done that night. But if you look at her hair on the bus, I don't know. It don't look fresh on the bus. She looked younger on the bus. But these are the pictures that they showing us. So that is what I'm seeing in the picture at school. And then I couldn't help but notice, like, it's a sign behind her. It says never settle. And that says never settle for something, but I don't know what the other word is. But yeah, so I wonder, where's that ring at? Where's the necklace at? I wonder if beads fell out somewhere, because there's beads in her hair. And the hoodie is black. It ain't blue. Now, she described this shirt as having fur around it, but it really just looked like a sweater, a turtleneck sweater, right? Would you describe that as having fur around the collar? It ain't no collar. It's a turtleneck. So, I mean, Annette said a light powder. She had on light powder blue jeans, light powder blue jackets with black fur around the collar. Where's that at? Please tell me. Can somebody help me with that one? Annette said she had on a light blue powder jacket with black fur around the collar. Can somebody find the collar of this sweater she got on? Like, get the heck out of here. Okay. Exactly, Carla. Just lying for no apparent reason. Poor baby. This has me so heartbroken. Yes, it is heartbreaking, Sherry. And then you got a grandmother that don't give a damn. She's a part of the play. Okay, so let's see. I thought I was looking at that. Okay, so this one is more. Let's see if I notice something else. I was trying to determine if she had fingernails on her nails or not. And it kind of looked like she does. Especially the middle one. Okay, and then let me go to the one of her on the bus. The one of her on the bus. I can't really make out a lot there. I mean, we see the jacket she got on with the fur and all of that stuff. But as far as making out details of it, I can't. I don't even know if it's her or not. I really don't. But they said it is. So, on her flyer, let me move this. Okay, so let me go back to the actual pictures. And everything that's rotating is what I'm looking at and what I'm trying to get back to. That is what I'm gonna be reading. Y'all, please smack the thumbs up if you haven't. And get acquainted with your fellow sleuths. Y'all definitely can talk among each other. Get to know each other. We all into the same case. We all into Naziah. Okay, so the one. Let me see. I'll tell you I want to get to it. The one that I'm reading. Don't tell me I didn't put it in here. So the first one that I'm reading is that one right there. And it just says right here. Y'all can see what's bold. It's what the lighter stuff that I'm trying to make out. So it says medium complexion, brown eyes as the description. 5'2", 130 pounds. It says last seen wearing a light blue jean shirt. So that's what Annette said. Okay, so last seen a light blue jean shirt, light blue jean pants, pink and white Rugrats coat with a fur collar, and blue and white Nike gym shoes. Which she ain't say nothing about a rat's coat, or fur around the collar of that, or blue Nike shoes and stuff. In court, we just listened. It says last seen on 1/9/2024 in the area of Cornwall, 3 Mile, around 2:50 p.m. after exiting the bus. Okay, so that's the first one. The next one I'm gonna read is that black one that just went by. Now the black one, the black flyer, missing flyer, says that Naziah went missing on Tuesday, January 9th, 2024, sometime after 2:50 from Detroit's east side. She was last seen exiting a school bus in the area of Cornwall and 3 Mile. She was wearing a light blue jean shirt, light blue jean pants, pink and white Rugrats coat with fur around the collar, and blue and white Nike shoes. Naziah's 13, 5'2", and 130 pounds. So same janky description. And then the other one. This probably was the first one they put out. This one is actually black and missing. That one right there. This one right here with the red lettering with her head tilted a little bit. Okay. So this one says that her location. It don't say nothing about what she was wearing. This might have been the first one they put out. It says Naziah was last seen in the area of Cornwall and 3 Mile Drive in Detroit, Michigan on January 9th, 2024, around 2:50, exiting the school bus. Circumstances of disappearance unknown. That's it. So, we know she didn't get reported missing right away at all. I mean, it took a whole month for her to officially get reported missing with the police department. She went to the school. They had a whole month to plan and do all the stuff that happened. Those clothes, I ain't feeling it at all. And I'm questioning why is it even in evidence, because nowhere on the flyer, nowhere in her testimony did she mention the clothes that they found. And it's just so crazy, man. It's crazy. I think Annette talking about the picture you just showed, Miss V, with Naziah on the bus. Nah, she said, what was she wearing? What was she wearing that day? The picture of her waving, she don't even have on what Annette said she had on. Light blue powder jacket. Like, girl, get out of here. Like, it don't even make sense. Unless you're trying to throw everything off. I think that jacket was in Naziah's locker, and because it was raining, she wore it. The school or police then showed Annette the pictures, and she just went with that. But she took her to school that day. She should have seen what she had on. We seen the morning routine that they asked her, did she follow the morning routine? And her morning routine include prayer and cussing and lining the kids up like they in prison. So she definitely should have seen everything she had on, everything she thought about having on, since she run everything. She's lying about everything. Yeah, that's more like it. She just making it up as she go along. Welcome in, XOXO. So what a shame, though. So I wanted to read that. So, just minimum information on this first flyer. I would love to know which one that they do first. But that is what Annette said. So that aided in not being able to find her. And then when things were found, that is the reason why they didn't collect it, because that's not what they were told. And so that's why they left it out in the element. But that still don't make sense to me, though, because if you thought enough of the evidence to lay it out and take pictures, you should have took the items also. Like, that don't even make sense. Like, okay, so you're in court and you gonna say, oh, we found these items, but we didn't collect them, we just left them there, but we didn't think nothing of it. So had Vari and them not connected and said, hey, this is her stuff, y'all should go get them, whatever, it would have just still been out there. Why take pictures of something that you didn't collect? Or that you didn't find it significant at the time. He didn't, because they only went back because of what they was told later. They got more information about it, and that's what made them go. So it sounds like somewhere in between, they got some cause to say that this stuff is out here and it need to be looked at. Then Vari verified it. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to Sleuth Nation. Let's see. Okay, so all right, we add her. Now, it was something specifically that I wanted to listen to here. Let me find it. I forgot I pulled that up already. And my phone is dying. Hold on, let's see if I can find it.
2236, she sends PM.
I don't want to hear them messages.
You was right.
Hold on. I gotta find what I'm looking for here.
You up? Some question marks. Then she sends another set of question marks. 9 and 13 seconds. Those are not deleted.
Okay.
Then there's 2 that are deleted, which are the 2 messages that talked about, I'm scared, I don't know what I have to do. I have to go to the doctor.
And cross-examination of Sergeant Jones. Sergeant Jones, you are still under oath.
Wait, before we get there, I want to hold on, y'all.
Be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving the school. If you're not there, I will wait.
See, before 3. Hold on.
Then at 14:22, she send over 22:36. She sends P. 22:28. She says, if you keep ignoring me, you just gonna get no more.
I don't want to hear that.
Or if you're not there, I will wait. Then at 14:22, she sends, send okay if you've seen the message so I can delete your number. Then at 14:23, Jarvis replies, okay, and those messages go delete.
Text number and Jarvis's number after January 9th, 2024, 1 year ago today.
Yes.
tab number and
January 9th, 2024 at 14:21, Isaiah sent to Jarvis, "Don't forget, be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving the school. If you're not there, I will wait." Then
I wish she would have said where there was. And then in interrogation, he's like, yeah, the grandmother knew I was supposed to pick them up at the grandmother's house. He said that in an interrogation.
at 14:22, she says, "Send okay if you've seen the message so I can delete your number." Then at 14:23, Jarvis replies, "Okay," and those messages go deleted.
and there was no further communication between Isaiah's text number and Jarvis's number after January 9th, 2024, 1 year ago today.
Yes.
And I just want to point out that right there is key. That is key. That after that communication of him picking her up, he never tried to contact that phone after that. So if they was looking for her, they would have definitely contacted the phone. They would have been calling her, trying to find out where she was at. Is everything okay? He would have messaged her back like, I thought we was meeting, where you at? Like, no, he met up with her and that was it. So that is, that kind of stuff they looking at. He was the last person with her and all of that stuff. It's crazy. I'm going to keep going too, though, but let me see what y'all saying. Shout out to the AFC podcast. How you doing, Jay? Salute to you. Crazy they did this to her after allowing all these years. Yep, that's the crazy part. It's like they forced it on her. They made her do this. And then it was like, as long as you don't like it, you know what I'm saying? As long as you don't like it, it's okay. But as soon as you start liking it, we gonna take you out. Like, I mean, it's crazy. We know that she was forced to do it. In 2022, she told she didn't want to have nothing to do with this. And that's when she realized there was no way out of this. Either you gonna deal with it or you ain't. I mean, you got to find a way to deal with it when every adult around you is protecting this. And it seems like even the school. The lady that found her ID, her name was Miss Smith. And I know that her teacher name was Miss Smith too. It just rang a bell for me like, wait a minute, I wonder, were any relation? That woman walked over, and we got to go to that. But it's some more right here with this, with Shannon. Wait, did it stop? Hold on, yeah. Oh, it's coming. Oh, this is the one when he came out limping real bad.
Yes. Thank you. You're welcome. Ready? Okay, we're back on the record. This is case 2459617, the people of State of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. We left off right before Mr. Riggins was getting ready to begin cross-examination of Sergeant Jones. Sergeant Jones, you are still under oath, and once you get seated, Mr. Riggins, you can begin cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Jones.
Good afternoon.
So you're the OIC on this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
When were you first designated as the OIC on this case?
Would have been, I believe, the 15th or 16th of February.
Okay. And what are your duties as OIC on this case?
The OIC begins with the preliminary investigation overlooking the case. On a missing person case, we're obviously making contact with family and getting some witness interviews. We also prep a warrant request that's submitted to the prosecutor.
Okay. So you're responsible for collecting evidence?
Yes.
And you're responsible for coordinating the evidence?
Correct.
Okay. You conduct interviews, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you conducted several interviews in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You submit evidence for testing, correct?
Pardon me?
You submit evidence for testing?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And I've seen you, the prosecution refer to you to make sure they haven't missed anything, correct?
What was your question?
The prosecution has referred back to you to make sure they haven't missed anything, correct?
Correct.
So you're the person that makes sure everything in the file is together, correct?
Correct.
And you interviewed several of Mr. Butts' girlfriends, correct?
Yes.
You interviewed, I believe, Tashiana Davis and Shannon Harris on the 15th.
Yes.
And you interviewed Najeen Rushing on the 29th, correct?
I haven't looked at that date, but I trust that that's the 29th.
Okay.
Now that's the one that we heard talking. The one he's using. Najeen.
Did you interview any of his other girlfriends?
Yes.
Okay. Which girlfriends did you interview?
I interviewed Kizzy Young.
Okay.
There's Tashiana Davis.
Okay.
Angela, and I just cannot remember her last name at the moment, but she is who he resides with on Wilshire.
Okay.
I attempted to make a phone call to another girlfriend. I'd have to look up my reports, but she never came in for an interview.
All right.
Oh, that's the one that they were saying she just didn't show up. Hold on.
Angela, and I just cannot remember her last name at the moment.
I heard him say her name in court. Was it Angela? What is her name? What's her name, y'all, that he lived with? I can't think of it right now, but I heard him mention her name in court. Yes, please get the thumbs up, y'all, if y'all have not got a chance to. That is so important. Thank you, Jay. Angelita Lindsay. Let me know if y'all can remember her name, but I'm going to keep going.
Moment, but she is who he resides with on Wilshire.
Okay.
I attempted to make a phone call to another girlfriend. I'd have to look up my reports, but she never came in for an interview.
All right.
There is another girlfriend who her name is Lucretia Bryant Hauser.
Okay.
That may be all the girlfriends. I may be missing one. I'd have to relook at all the witness statements.
So you are aware that Mr. Butts has quite a few girlfriends, correct?
Correct.
All right. And from the very beginning of this case, you suspected, from your beginning of the case, you suspected Jarvis Butt had something to do with Neziah being missing, correct?
Well, when we were discussing the case on the first day, February 12th, DPS had told us the last person that they had contact with and they identified as Jarvis Butts. And then on February 15th, when we verified that Neziah was in fact with him and Cordell on the ride out to Ypsilanti, which is the last day that she was seen. Then he became the primary suspect.
Okay. And from the beginning, you didn't suspect this was a missing person case, correct?
Well, she's missing. It's been a missing person case. I don't understand your question, I guess.
So you suspect that she was deceased, correct?
I didn't expect that she's deceased from day one. It takes a lot of investigation before you can come to that conclusion.
Okay.
It's not going to be one of those right away. You have to rule out every other possibility.
All right. Didn't you tell Shannon Harris in her interview on the 15th that this is not a missing person case at this point?
I believe I told her that it was not being handled by DPS as a missing person case at that point, and that it's being handled at Detroit Police Homicide Missing Persons.
So you didn't tell her that this was not a missing person case? We're no longer looking for a missing person?
I don't believe that would have been my exact wording.
Okay.
On February 15th?
Yes.
Why you
Yeah,
ask
I
her
don't
that?
believe that would have been my wording, that I would have already come to some conclusion that she was deceased on the 15th.
Okay. Now, during your investigation, did you receive information that Naziah had thought about running away?
Yes.
Okay. Also, during your investigation, did you receive information about a potential sex trafficking ring?
There was several different leads or tips that come in about sex trafficking rings. All those
Triggers.
were investigated.
Okay.
Well, they was investigated. I ain't never even heard that being said in court. I must have didn't see this part at all. I don't even remember that being said. Hold on, dang, I gotta walk away. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna let it keep going.
Now, you interviewed my client, you yourself, with, I believe your partner was Sergeant Lynch, is his name?
Sergeant Sullivan?
Sergeant Sullivan, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You interviewed my client 3 times, correct?
A minimum, I believe, one the 31st, the 1st, and I believe we went back again.
July
possibly
20th?
after
July
that.
20th?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And you interviewed him 3.5 hours, May 31st, correct?
If is at the time on the recording, then
Yes.
okay.
An hour and a half, the second time, correct?
Correct.
And roughly 45 minutes. I believe it was like 38 and some change, the third time.
Okay.
So you interviewed him for close to 6 hours?
That could be true.
Okay. And you took statements from my client, correct?
I mean, we recorded the interview.
Okay. You didn't reduce anything to writing, correct?
No.
He never signed anything,
But
correct?
he signed his advice of right.
Signed advice of right, but he never looked at what he had told you or what your conversation was, correct?
I mean, he verbally acknowledged things throughout the investigation. I did not reduce it down to handwriting.
And your conversation that you had with him, for lack of a better term, was rather fluid, correct?
Was what?
It was rather fluid.
It's a conversation.
There was a back and forth conversation where both you and your partner were talking, and he was just talking back, correct?
A conversation between the three of us?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And you told him that you wanted to tell his side of his story, correct?
Correct.
He did tell you that he was joking about the messages he sent, correct?
The initial messages.
Yes.
So in the very beginning of the interview, he starts off where he denies that that was her. He claimed that he was sending them to his child's mother. It then turned into that he was just joking around with Naziah for entertainment purposes.
Okay.
Then he admits to that all the messages were in fact to Naziah and not to Shannon, because he could never tell that wasn't Shannon talking as you went through the rest of the messages.
But he told you that. Sorry, just one moment. Okay. All right. throughout your 3 conversations, your 6 hours of conversations with him, he never acknowledged harming her, did he?
I don't believe I ever asked him that direct question. He had never acknowledged having sex or touching. That was asked multiple times of whether there was any type of touching. It was asked about the text messages where some of them are saying again that would presume that there had already been a time, and he simply said that it was still just texting for entertainment purposes.
Okay. Now, during your investigation, specifically on the 20th, you and your partner came over and asked him.
The 20th of what?
July.
July?
This would be the 3rd conversation.
Okay.
On the 20th, you asked him, does he ever hang out on the west side, correct?
I haven't reviewed that full interview, but I do remember asking him about the west side, yes.
And he told you.
Objection, Your Honor. They can't admit their defendant's statements. 720 was not admitted.
Do you want to respond or do you want me to rule?
No, I'll move on. Did you get any information that he had a child on the west side?
He does have a child's mother that lives on the west side, yes.
Okay. So that could be a reason for him to be on the west side, correct?
It could be a possibility.
Okay. But in your interview, he spoke with you freely, correct?
Correct.
He didn't argue with you. I believe you had a search warrant for his DNA, but he didn't argue with that. He freely gave you his DNA, didn't he?
I don't believe I did. I don't think I collected his DNA. Somebody else presented a search warrant for that.
You're right. I'm sorry. You weren't the one but he didn't argue with anyone. He gave his DNA freely, correct?
I had no choice anyway.
Okay. He gave you his passcode to his phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now you said you that you searched the 7 Mile and Berg area, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that this was a former golf course. Now it's abandoned, correct?
Yes.
And there is a parking structure across the street, correct?
Well, parking lot.
A parking lot, thank you.
Yes.
And this abuts the Rouge River, correct?
Yes.
There's also residential streets over there, correct?
Correct.
Shiawassee over there, correct?
Yes.
Appleton, Pembroke, Vassar, those are all residential streets, correct?
Yes.
And those are all in the same area, correct?
Correct.
And I think you mentioned Angel, but her last name is Leonard. Angel Leonard, correct?
Yes.
And Angel Leonard lives at 13362 Wilshire Street, correct?
Yes.
That's her home, correct?
That's where her and Jarvis live, yes.
And Jarvis lives there, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned Najin, is it Najin Rushing?
Yes.
Okay. And Miss Rushing stays at 4 Alexandrine Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So that's Nate that we heard talking, and then Angel Leonard. I heard Jarvis say that's his fiance. Like at the time, I didn't know he had 2 fiancés, but when he was in interrogation, he said that was his. He mentioned her name as his fiance. And then I was just talking about his password that I heard him say when he was in interrogation, and it's 041925. That's why those so that's like April 19th, 2025. I wonder what does those numbers mean to him. But when I seen the numbers on the shoes, I think it was 4/something 2022, 4/10 2022, and it made me think about his password, but that's just how my mind worked. It's crazy, but I know it was close. I know it was April. Welcome in, Lucille. There you go, BFF. Angel Leonard. Yep. Angel Leonard. That is his fiance, the woman that he was living with. And I do believe that that is the woman that I read on some reports that said that she, falls asleep talking and all this kind of stuff, leaving the kids home, keep leaving the kids with him. And at some point, that was back. I gotta find that, or at least when I was talking about it, but I remember that. And it was around the time when I was talking about her getting into that fight and them going to press charges. There's a lot of stuff going through my mind right now, y'all. Let me just let this play. This dude had a lot going on.
So on the 9th, you had information that he was both at both at the Wilshire address at some point, correct?
Yes,
And he was at the Alexandrian address, correct?
correct.
And did you get any information from any of these witnesses that that was not true?
That what was not true?
That he was at those addresses?
Did I get any information that he was not at the addresses? Right. I believe when we talked to Najee, she couldn't remember if he was, she didn't acknowledge seeing him that night.
Okay.
And we know that she said that she didn't see him that night. She said he must have been outside of her apartment, but she was asleep because it was late and all of that stuff. But he had called her and all this kind of stuff prior to. He was supposed to come. So that's okay.
And would you agree, how do I say this? Mr. Butts is a complicated life, correct?
Mr. Butts created a complicated life, yes.
He has multiple girlfriends, correct?
Correct.
He is juggling girlfriend 1 through I don't know how many, correct?
Yes.
And he does things to juggle all these girlfriends, correct? He may lie to his girlfriend about someone else, correct? He may park around the block so that another girlfriend can't see our car.
He's a loser.
He may borrow a car. All that true? Is that fair?
It's fair.
Lying is not a crime, is it? Or lying to a girlfriend is not a crime, is it?
Well, lying to a girlfriend is not a crime, no.
Okay. And you spend a lot of time talking about text messages on the record. All right. Can I take you back to some of those text messages? Do you still have them with you?
I do.
Okay. Let's go back to September 26th.
Where he going with
Of which year?
Of 2023.
September 26th?
Right.
I don't even remember seeing this part, y'all. I really don't. Like, this is crazy. Welcome in, Olivia. I left my number for you, Olivia. I don't know if you heard me the last time, but welcome in. Thank you for coming through. Where is he going? I don't remember this part. What's that?
Starting at what time?
Okay.
Line number 12.
Line 1293.
I don't have numbers like that on my page. Can you just tell me a time to the second?
Is that 1433?
The 1433 even?
Yes.
Yes.
So, in that text message, that's the one where she texted about her period not coming, right?
Yes,
And she texted that she was going to the doctor the next day, correct?
correct.
And a little bit further down, at 14:57, does she also text him that I might not be pregnant? It might be from stress.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can we look at November 27th? Yeah. Let me find it.
From November 27th?
November 27th of 2023.
Okay. What time?
It is 22:28.
Okay.
This is where she texts Mr. Butts that she is doing the gym with the baby's car, correct?
Yes.
Now, the very next day, November 28th, you have that?
Yes.
At 21:48:43, thank you.
Which one?
She texts Jarvis Butts, it healed, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
And Mr. Butts doesn't respond to any of these messages, does he?
He doesn't respond until the next couple of days, the next day.
Oh. Then in December, a couple of weeks later, Mr. Butts does some Google searches. So this is the Google search, correct?
December 10th.
December 9th through 11th?
10th, yes.
So he does searches for abortion, Planned Parenthood sites, correct?
Yes.
He does searches for over-the-counter abortion pill, correct?
Yes.
And we all agree that Mr. Butts has many girlfriends, right?
Oh, I see where you're going now.
Correct.
All righty then. Okay, it could have been another woman. Interesting.
There may be some that we don't know about. Fair?
Possibly.
Okay.
She waited on that one. What do y'all think about this? Like, I didn't know he was going here with this one. Like, I have not even heard this. What are we talking about here, sir? So one thing we do know is that they not denying that he did this. They not denying that he messed with her. But they definitely denying that he impregnated and did all this. Sad a young child had to go through all this mess. Exactly, Carla. Welcome in, love and light. My bad, Carla. I put it back up. You were answering Tracy's comment. Thank you, TBZ. Hello, everyone. Has Jarvis ever said where he dropped Naziah off at, or is he claiming he was never the last person with her? Yeah, that's literally what he was claiming in interrogation at first. Like, I ain't talked to her since the end of December, beginning of January. And I just thought, why would he even lie like that, knowing that everybody's seen her? You had her sitting up at the shop all day. Was he that confident? Wasn't nobody gonna say nothing? You had her all in Ypsilanti, and then you gonna turn around and say you ain't seen her. But he lied and told on himself throughout his whole interrogation. It made no sense at all. Thank you for your question, though.
So, any testimony that says that these text messages, these website searches.
And I did wonder what it healed mean. And I didn't even know. I don't recall where she said I might not be pregnant. It might be stress. Do y'all remember hearing that text? I don't at all. But I think he said that was sometime in September. I'm gonna have to take that back. Not now, but that's the first time I'm hearing that.
Were regarding Naziah Harris would be speculation, right?
I don't believe I said they were regarding Messiah. I just read what he had been searching on the internet.
Fair enough, but we can't say who they're regarding, correct?
Correct.
So you testified that you found some guns, correct?
Correct.
And didn't tell us.
You said you found a long gun, I believe, at 13362 Wilshire, Angel Leonard's house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find that gun was registered to her?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you found a couple of other guns, correct?
Correct.
Were those guns operable?
I don't test fire the weapons.
Okay. So I take
I would have to look at the laboratory report to see if they test fired them.
Okay. Do you know if any of those guns were tested for DNA?
That kind of is messed up. They put your address out though.
I believe they would have been swabbed, but I don't know if those swabs were submitted.
Okay. You also testified that you found several knives in one of the vehicles, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you test the knives? I know you tested at least one knife for
Yes.
for DNA. Did you test the other knives for DNA?
The other knives were not tested, no.
Okay. And did you test any of the knives for blood?
I believe we had all the knives swabbed, and then nothing came back leading anything to be blood, but we submitted it on the knife that was up near the driver's seat. The other knives, one was like a butter knife. Another one was like a smaller kitchen knife, but it was like under the back seat. It looked old and crusty, like it hadn't been up there. So the knife that was at the closest access that looked to be not stored in the truck for a very long time, as opposed to the other ones, were the ones that we had swabbed and tested. And then additionally, they were tested with Blue Star. So the knife that reacted to anything that maybe Blue Star reacted to, that was specific why that knife was submitted.
Okay. So there was no blood found on that knife, correct?
Correct.
So there was testimony about a black hoodie that was found, correct?
Yes.
Did you personally examine this hoodie?
I did not touch it. It was there. I was there as I observed it being opened up by the evidence technician who was collecting it, as well as re-going through the photos while we were there and then after.
All right. So the hoodie looked weathered, did it not?
It was wet.
It was wet. There were spider webs in it, correct?
I didn't open it to manipulate it. So if there was something that maybe the evidence tech testified to seeing, I wasn't right there as it was being opened. So.
Yeah, I don't think I said Angela. A poem said Angel. They said not Angela. Yeah, definitely Angel Leonard. Welcome in, A poem. If I didn't say that, Miss Hurd said, as a mother of three, I haven't seen her face and body looking like she was pregnant. I might go along with it being another woman pregnant. I'm not sure what you're talking about there.
I couldn't answer. I did not see a spider web. I can't say that there was not one.
Okay. Did you see any other debris on this hoodie?
So again, the hoodie is wet.
Okay.
A lot of times when articles of clothing are wet, it's hard to distinguish whether there's any other type of stains on there. We're not out there manipulating clothing like that. We preserve it the best that we can. That way, if there is something, it can be properly examined inside a laboratory where I'm not adding more possible contamination to anything.
Okay. But it's fair to say that it's speculation on how the holes would have gotten into it, correct?
Well, I said I don't know how those holes got there.
Okay. Now, we've heard that the hoodie was tested for genetic material, correct?
For DNA?
Yes.
Yes.
Was it tested for gunshot residue?
No.
Okay.
It's weird.
You also found a pair of red and black shoes, gym shoes, correct?
Yes.
Were they tested for DNA?
No.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to that part.
Well, there was an investigation going on by a church. Remember, there was like 9 different precincts investigating by the church. Well, I was live on the scene that day, and there was a lot of information being said on my live. They told me to shut my live down and go live somewhere else, right? Because the information being shared, right? So I went live to somewhere else was across the street. Me and Roxy went live, and we found a pair of shoes, right? So we went live on a pair of shoes, and then the police called me back and said, "Hey, well, where are those shoes?"
Wait a minute.
What's going on with the shoes? I said, "Well, we're right across the street." So they said, "Where you at?" So we wait there for an hour.
Wait, he just said pair of
I waited
shoes.
for them to pull up. They didn't show up.
I guess I
Situation about some shoes that came about, right? Well, there was an investigation going on by a church. Remember, there was like 9 different precincts investigating by the church. Well, I was live on the scene that day, and there was a lot of information being said on my live. They told me to shut my live down and go live somewhere else, right? Because the information being shared, right? So I went live to somewhere else was across the street. Me and Roxy went live, and we found a pair of shoes, right? So we went live on a pair of shoes, and then the police called me back and said, "Hey, well, where are those shoes at? What's going on with the shoes?" I said, "Well, we're right across the street." So they said, "Where you at?" So we waited there for an hour, waiting for them to pull up. They didn't show up. Long story short, they went and recovered the shoes, and I found out I got intel about 2.5 months later that they did an investigation on the shoes, a DNA test on the sweat, and they found out that those were actually her shoes after they did a DNA test on the sweat from the shoes, right? Situation about the shoes that came out.
and she just said that. That's weird.
Shoes, gym shoes, correct?
Yes.
Were they tested for DNA?
No.
Okay. And you see several cars in this investigation, correct?
Throughout the investigation, yes.
Okay. You had a cadaver dog pass through the cars, correct?
Correct.
Did the cadaver dog give you a hit on any car?
No.
Okay. Just a moment.
Okay, so I see somebody asking about the other guy that found a shoe. That was the thing, like the time frame of everybody finding everything. And it sounds like, I mean, Mark and Roxy was there at some point. The guy that recorded it was there after them, according to Roxy. The Border Patrol guy was there before all of them. And the day before that, they searched. And it sounded like it was there for days leading up to them actually collecting it finally. But yeah, let me go to that. I don't know if you've seen this. The guy that recorded
Ain't nobody this motherfucking taking off they brand new suit and leaving it right here like this. And it look like it's blood right there. Look at it. I know what blood look like. Definitely giving blood, bro. And definitely a brand new ass shoe, man. This bitch ain't got no crease and clean as hell. Blood on her back. Who the fuck leaving a brand new shoe right here? Come on, man. Definitely blood, bro. If you don't think that's blood, you crazy, bro. I know what blood look like. Feel me?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Judge. Sergeant Jones, that text back on November 27th, 2023, where Desire replies, "It healed." You can't say what that's about, can you?
Correct.
And defense asked you about some guns that were found and that there was a long gun registered to Angel. But it's true that Mr. Butts can't have any guns around him in his house, can he?
Correct.
Regardless of who they're registered to.
Correct.
And as for the guns, you were asked whether or not they were operable. There weren't tests performed on these guns, were there?
Not that I believe, no.
Okay. And tell me, why is it that there wasn't an emphasis put on doing like test shots for a gun?
The original, when we got the guns, I believe that the priority was to swab for DNA. Is we do that before we start sending them to get test fired and contaminating anything. The guns were swabbed, all the evidence that was collected, and then the items that I believe, after talking with lab specialists and looking at the different things that would be the most successful, to coming back and giving me the answers on whether that was Nazia's hoodie or not. where those were the items that were submitted. Once that hoodie came back that it was hers, there was no need for me to test the shoes that I had a picture of her wearing, because I knew that that hoodie was going to be showing that that was her belongings.
That's the craziest thing ever. It makes no sense at all. None. Let's listen at that one more time.
That would be the most successful to coming back and giving me the original. When we got the guns, I believe that the priority was to swab for DNA. Is we do that before we start sending them to get test fired and contaminating anything. The guns were swabbed, all the evidence that was collected, and then the items that I believe, after talking with lab specialists and looking at the different things that would be the most successful to coming back and giving me the answers on whether that was Nazia's hoodie or not, where those were the items that were submitted. Once that hoodie came back that it was hers, there was no need for me to test the shoes that I had a picture of her wearing, because I knew that that hoodie was going to be showing that that was her belongings.
Now, as it relates to guns specifically, if you're trying to connect a gun to a homicide, would you need something to compare it to?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any? Well, there was no body found in this case. That's correct.
Correct. You would either need the a projectile that you may recover or find at a scene, or the actual spent casing.
And there was none of that able to be found. Correct.
Correct.
And just generally, as just a common person with common knowledge, spider webs can be formed fairly quickly depending on the spider. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there's times I come in the morning and there's already one on my car.
And that wouldn't be there the night before?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your experience, does Michigan State Police even test for gunshot residue?
I don't believe so.
And you were also asked about a cadaver dog. You've used cadaver dogs in your history, in your police work?
For 11 years, yes.
Okay. Now, a cadaver dog would only hit if they're in a vehicle, if there was a dead body in that vehicle. Is that correct?
They'll hit on blood, or if there was like biological from somebody that's deceased, something.
So if a body was in a car that was not yet deceased, that cadaver dog presumably would not hit.
Correct.
And you got this investigation in February around the 14th or 15th?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that knife found in Mr. Butt's car?
After we impounded the car, then they did the inventory, the evidence search. It would have been probably a week or so later, and then it's reviewed when I get to that and then submitted.
Okay. So that would have put almost a month and a half, almost 2 months away from January 9th, 2024.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Yeah, can I ask a couple follow-up questions?
Yes.
So if a gun was used in a homicide, maybe not as a shooting, maybe as just a blunt force instrument, or if it was or if it was a close range shot, couldn't blood or skin cells be on the gun?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Ms. Bickley, any last questions?
No, Judge, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Jones, you are done testifying.
Thank you.
Okay. And so the last, the one, another video that I wanted to go over is the lady that found her school ID. Let's listen at her. Then I'm going to look at the comments, y'all. Just want to get all of this in one live stream.
Valerie, excuse me, Valerie Louise Smith.
And Ms. Smith, I want to call your attention back to March 7th of 2024. At that time, in what area did you live?
That's where I live currently. I'm 7 Mile Evergreen area.
Okay, and is that near Evergreen and St. Martin's?
Yes,
Okay, is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
yes, sir.
And on March 7th, 2024, did you come into contact with the police?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason you came into contact with the Detroit Police Department?
I found a young lady's ID.
And where did you find that ID?
Directly across the street from my house.
And was it like a driver's license, school ID, or something else?
School ID, it looked like.
And when you found that, was that the first time you had seen it there?
No, I stepped over it for 2.5 weeks before I decided to pick it up.
Okay, and is there a reason after 2.5 weeks of noticing it there that you decided to
I
pick it up?
just decided to pick it up that day. I was going out shopping. I said, well, let me get it and send it back to whomever it belongs to.
Okay, and when you picked it up, did you read the name on that ID?
Yes.
And what was the name on the ID?
Zanaya Harris.
And did that raise any concerns in your mind?
It sure did.
And what's the reason it raised concerns?
I just heard it on the news before it came out.
You heard her name?
Her name, yes.
And when you picked it up, did you have gloves on or anything like that?
No, no.
And you used your bare hand then?
I took my thumb and flipped it. And when I saw the name, I just put my hands on the outside of it.
And what was the reason you just put your hands on the
I
outside?
didn't want any disturb any of the prints that were on there.
And when you picked it up, did you place it in anything?
Once I got to the next stop, I was on the bus line. I took it in the gas station and I put it in a lid.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. You picked it up and then got onto the bus?
Yeah, but I still had it like this.
And,
I never put my fingerprints, any more prints on it.
and for the record, the witness indicated by holding her hands about
Yes.
3 inches apart,
Yes.
her fingers. And when you got to the gas station, did you go into the gas station?
Yes.
And did you tell the people in the gas station about what you found?
Yes, sir. I also told the bus driver what I had found.
And then
Yes.
after you told the gas station people, what happened next?
But I asked them to call the police for me.
And did they?
Yes.
And then did the police come to your location?
Yes.
And after the police got there, what happened next?
They took me back to my house so I could show them exactly where I found the ID at.
And did you show them that?
Yes.
And did you give them the ID as well?
Yes. I gave it to them when they initially pulled up.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 40. Ms. Smith, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the ID that you found?
Yes, sir.
I move to admit People's Proposed 40.
No objection. It'll be a minute.
And permission to publish on the screen.
Yes.
And Ms. Smith, I don't know if you can see the screen from where you are. That's the picture I just showed you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the cup or the top of the
That's the lid. I said
lid that you
yes,
put
sir.
it in? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And on the bottom left, it says grade 8, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Briefly. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. You said that you picked up the ID, was it March the 6th? Or I'm sorry, the 7th?
Yes.
Yes. And you said you had been stepping over it for approximately 2 weeks?
2.5 weeks I stepped over.
Okay, so that puts you in February.
When I initially saw it.
When you initially
yes.
saw it, okay. And you said you had been stepping over it?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that it was actually on the sidewalk?
No, it was in the grass.
In the grass?
Face down.
The grass next to the street?
Yes.
So there's like an, usually kind of like an easement between like the street and the sidewalk?
Yes.
And there's like a patch of grass there?
Yes.
And is that right in front of the bus stop or?
No, it was a little ways off from the bus stop.
Okay, from the bus stop, between the bus stop and what other landmark would you say?
Nothing else is there.
Nothing else there?
No.
How far to the corner of the block?
St. Martin's. It's not that far.
Okay, so a few steps?
Steps, yes.
Okay,
Few steps.
perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, briefly. Ms. Smith, just a couple of questions for you. Miss Quick asked you a couple of questions about specifically where you found it. You said it was in a patch of grass next to the sidewalk?
Yes,
Okay. And you said you had been stepping over it for about 2.5 weeks before you gave it to the police department.
before I decided to pick it up. Yes, sir.
The 2.5 weeks that you've been stepping over it at the beginning of that, is that the first time you noticed it?
Yes, sir.
And it could have been there before those 2.5 weeks, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, I think that causes speculation.
I don't think it's a yes or no question, but I don't think that calls for
She knows
speculation.
how long it's been there. She can only
Can you
testify.
stand up to the corporate?
Yes, Your Honor. My objection is how can she testify to how long it could have been there prior? She can only testify to what she knows. And she testified that she knows it's been there for 2.5 weeks.
Did you see it being placed there on the grass?
I'm sorry.
Did you see it being
No,
dropped on
ma'am.
the grass?
No, ma'am.
So I'm going to sustain objection, because she didn't know, but she didn't see it dropped.
Okay. So the first time you noticed it was 2.5 weeks prior to March 7th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you talked to the police officers, did you look at a photo, a Google Street View of your location?
Yes, sir.
And did you indicate on that photo where you found it?
Exactly. Yes.
They
They took me back to my house so I could show them exactly where I found it.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's going to be marked as people's proposed 62. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
And is that the photo that you signed and indicated where you found it?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would move to admit people's proposed 62.
No objection.
Will it be a minute?
And permission to publish, since I don't have a hard copy right now.
Yes.
And on the screen, is that the photo I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a circle with a line going up from the bottom of the screen there. Is that circle where you indicated you found it?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
I have just a couple questions based on this picture. I mean, can we leave it up?
Go ahead.
Yes, please.
Ms. Smith, so as we look at the picture here, in which direction, left or right, is the bus stop?
To the right.
To the right, so closer to the church? Is that or that white building that's in
No, that's a person's house right there.
Okay.
It was like, okay, I come out of my driveway and it's like catty corner to the bus stop from my driveway.
Well, the sign is where the bus stop is, right?
Yes, right there.
Okay. And so, okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Nothing further.
Ms. Smith, you are done testifying.
Thank you.
What y'all think about her testimony? What do y'all think about her testimony? Let me get this out my ear. Still playing. Okay. So, what do y'all think about that ID and her stepping over for weeks like that? Because I'm looking at the calendar right now, and she said she found it March. She finally picked it up March 7th. So March 7th was a Thursday in 2024. The Thursday before that was February 29th. The Thursday before that was February 22nd. And we'll even go the February before that. The Thursday before that was February 15th. So February 15th, the 29th, I'm sorry, February 15th, Thursday. February 22nd, a Thursday. February 29th, a Thursday. We going into the 4th week when we go to March 7th. Jarvis would have been in prison. He would have been arrested already when that evidence got put out there, according to what she just said. Because if we go all the way to February 15th, I mean, and then guess what? The press conference was February 14th. She found it on a Thursday. But in March, Jarvis was arrested a month already by March 7th because he got arrested on February 7th. So somebody else would have had to put that out there according to that. That's what I'm looking at right now. I mean, but this is a lot of information. That is what I'm looking at. No one else came across the ID in 2.5 week span. Not sure if I believe her. Right. That's weird. Like ID and she catches the bus. So I'm guessing that she must stand there. She said she had been stepping over it that long and just decided to pick it up, and it happened to be Naziah. That's what, okay. And that's that. Wow. And she said that she had seen her picture on the news, and that press conference broke February 14th. I don't know, man. Like, my calculations is looking like Jarvis would have been, he would have been in jail already. He wouldn't have been able to do that. But anyway, I mean, what y'all think? She first said she'd been seeing it for 2 weeks, then said that day she found it was the first time she seen it. Wait, did she say that? Boy, I'm sitting up here writing and everything else. I missed that. I'm gonna have to re-listen to it. Do anybody want to call in? I got one more video I want to play too. I ran across this video of Roxy and Mimi when she put up on her when she was searching. Check this out.
And why wasn't they using the fucking toilets? If it was a bathroom in here, shit. Toilets clean too. Right. Somebody outside. Come on. We here. We inside the building. Is it police? Damn. If they would have came in here. Said, we in here. We good. Yeah, we good. I'm on live. Oh, okay. I'm nice to meet you. I'm Aries. Oh, okay. Nice to meet you. We going all the way back there to go look. I was over there, but I saw the car, so I was like, let me just check on y'all. But I was over there. Y'all got shovels? I got one in my backpack. She got one. It's big. It's a Let me see. Nice to meet you, by the way. Nice to meet you. I'm glad. I'm sorry if I don't know what my people was doing. They blew my video up because I went out by myself. Something told me to get up and get out my bed. So that's what I did. How long y'all been hearing about this story? I've been hearing. I've been following the case. I'm not on live. Oh, okay. I've been following the case since day one, since you've been on there. I feel like I kind of sort of remember you. And I got the Amber Alert on my phone. When my baby was little, I couldn't do. It was an Amber Alert. I don't know whose it was. It was an Amber Alert that came on my phone. But one thing about it, even if it wasn't an Amber Alert, I heard an Amber Alert on my phone. I don't remember if it was for Desire or not. They didn't even put an Amber Alert out on her? Oh my God. This is ridiculous. So this is extender. Here, I don't know how to get. I just opened it out the pack.
Oh, okay. Where you get this from? Walmart?
Walmart.
Give me one.
I thank everybody on live for they hooked me up with all this stuff. The boots, what I needed. Cause I was saying I was gonna go either way if nobody was coming or not. I was going.
Well, that's what I was doing when I first got here. I was going live. I'm like, girl, where you at? She's like, I'm on my way. I'm like,
yeah, I told people.
Here, call me over here real quick.
All right. Come on, y'all. We need help. We need help. Where you at? Where you going? Which way?
For any occasion. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
So it's a...
Hey, caller.
It's a shed down here, but I didn't...
Kenya, how are you?
Hey, Kenya. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I just wanted to say a couple of things if that was okay with you.
Yeah.
Okay. The reason why we're quiet is because majority of the content creators are doing an excellent job. I mean, there's nothing for us to say right now because everybody is focused on the people that need to be focused on. Just about, not everybody, but just about everybody. You know what I mean? We taking our hats off because y'all are uncovering things that even the detectives and the prosecutors probably wasn't even paying attention to. And y'all are bringing awareness to what needs to be brought awareness to, right? So that's why we're quiet. There's nothing for us to say right now because we watching, but everybody's doing a good job except for a couple of people that want to keep messed up, right? So I also noticed that you played Miss Mimi, Detroit Mimi, on there. And I heard what she said about the search at Frog Island. Well, as I keep telling people, we're fine with her doing what she's doing, but keep our names out of it, right? And if she was paying attention, she said she went out to Frog Island on Mother's Day. Well, sweetie, we was out there on Saturday, a day before Mother's Day, which means we was out there before you, right? So she just needs to do whatever she's gonna do. If that's how she wanna create her content, go ahead. Because we're not fucking with her. We don't deal with her. We don't give a fuck about what she does. We don't care. But keep our names out of it. Because no one's looking at what you do. At least we're not, because we don't care about what she does. What else was said? Oh, and Roxy people that got arrested behind her. No, ma'am. We don't mess with Mimi because Mimi is one of the reasons why Roxy got in trouble because she was breaking into people's places, and the police started blaming Roxy for that. So that is where the problem comes in with Mimi and us, because the police felt like she was one of Roxy's followers and she breaking into people's places, and Roxy was going to be in trouble because of one of her break-ins. That's not what we was out there promoting, and that was a problem. That became a problem for the police, and that is why Mimi was arrested. It didn't have nothing to do with Roxy. Mosquito Bite was arrested because he violated his probation, and again, that had nothing to do with Roxy.
Wait a minute, hold on. So, Mosquito Bite, who is that?
Yeah, we call him Mosquito Bite. The guy that you had on there, his name is Mosquito Bite.
So that is the guy that I had on there. That you say, okay. So is that guy Vari's friend?
Yes, he is. He sure is. He is the one that exposed that picture showing Nazaya with some shoes on.
What?
Yeah.
You talking about the red shoes that they matched up with the evidence?
Yeah. Yeah.
So was
And when
Vari
we
out
saw
there
that
with
picture,
him?
that's why we was like, wow. We don't know. I don't know if he was or wasn't. We don't know because we didn't run into him. We didn't bump into him out there, so we don't know if Vari was with him or not.
Really?
Yeah.
So that guy is
But I
back.
will-
So he back in jail.
Go ahead.
I reached out to him. He in jail. You tell him.
I don't know. We don't keep up with him and what he's doing. It was just ironic that I think somebody had sent that to Roxy or whatever and noticed that it was him. So that was just ironic. That was just something that came by or whatever. So we don't keep up with what he's doing or follow him or anything like that.
Okay. I mean, that was my question. I wondered. So I wondered too, how long did you just find out about my channel?
When I first came on your show, yes, ma'am.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, because I don't really be on. Only reason why I found out about other people's stuff is because somebody messaged me on TikTok about it, and I was like, huh? You know, I'm not familiar with all the platforms. You know, we've never knew anything about all this stuff until somebody shot us a message. It's like, yeah, they talking about y'all on blah blah blah. This is how we found out about this. You know, these platforms and stuff.
Okay.
And if you want some more content, this is my suggestion. Jarvis' father needs to be looked into.
Who is his
and
father? What's his name?
I don't know. I know you don't want other people's names on your.
No, I only work alone. Let me see.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this: the one that had me eating popcorn, that was reading that transcript.
Oh,
Okay,
I heard about a transcript, but I haven't seen it. You believe they know?
She might know the name. She might know what the name is.
I ain't hip to. I heard about a transcript, but I haven't heard any information. Maybe I need to go check. I don't. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that might be an interesting person to look into. He may have been the one that was driving that van. We never know, you know. And from what I understand, he's been the reason why Jarvis has been able to skate through so many things. So
I believe
that might be a person to pull up some information on.
I definitely believe it. I believe that it's it go way back because did you hear JoJo that spoke on my that I was gonna ask you about that because you know, do you feel like JoJo's story is important to what's going on with Jarvis?
It might be. It might be in regards to how long this has been going on and when he potentially first started and the individual that was in the truck with him, you know what I mean? It might expose other people.
Somebody else also commented and said that their mother was caught up with that dude back in the same year. And I don't know if that's what he went to prison for, but a couple people are coming out. And we can't, JoJo says she can't get in touch with the detective. So, I mean, do she call y'all back or anything? You think you could give her a message?
No, she don't deal with us. When I talked to that woman in court, you know, she was just real how you say it? She wasn't very friendly to Roxy, and I have saw her staring at Roxy with the mean eyes. And court had went on break, and I sat there in front of her and I introduced myself to her. So I said, I'm Roxy's mother. And I said, I've noticed there might be a little tension between you and her. How?
No, go ahead. I was talking to T.
And I had said, you know, I noticed that there was some tension between you and her. And I said, so you're saying that no one else is going to be charged with this case? I said, you know, and I told her, I said, and then they knew what was going on here. I said, how is it that they're walking away and this baby has been unalived and she's missing? And they knew what was going on with her. I'm not understanding why he's the only one being charged. And she literally said to me, she said, you think they had something to do with this? I said, absolutely. Absolutely, they had something to do with it.
Hmm.
So now I wonder if she's, eating her words or, feeling some type of way still. But yeah, she was real mean. She really was. In court, and having an issue with Roxy searching or whatever. But all I'm saying is Mimi, she can do. We're not mad at her with whatever she does, but just leave our name out of your mess. We don't deal with that girl. We know she takes medication and she flies off the rocker sometime. But if you want to get content creators and you want people to follow you, that's fine. But don't say we jumping off the bandwagon because you did this, you did that. Check your dates, honey, because we was out there on Saturday and you was out there on Sunday.
Wow. So did you talk to Miss Sherry at the Harmony House?
No. We're not going to look into that. That's we're not looking into that. We have
Y'all got leads?
time points of where he was at, and we know what area we want to search. Ypsilanti ain't it.
Oh, okay. So y'all,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm saying whatever she does is fine. You know what I'm saying? If that's how she's gonna get her content, and that's what she want to put out there, and just like she put out there, Neziah was alive and she had her baby and she's fine. She can do her thing. We're not knocking her. If that's what she's doing, fine. If that's what she's uncovering, fine. But just leave us out of it. We don't deal with that girl. So if y'all follow that information, we don't have no problem with it. The more uncovered, the more people that bringing out whatever, fine. Ooh, we love you for it. You know what I mean? But just leave our name out of it. And then somebody is making comments about Roxy being married to a white woman or whatever they said. Who cares? Roxy being married don't have nothing to do with Neziah. I'm just saying. It don't.
Now, somebody just
I don't know
said.
why people still trying to throw her under the bus. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Somebody just said Frank's daughter says he told him he promised Jarvis' grandfather that he would watch out for him. So the dad may be instrumental. Yeah, definitely. So you never heard anything about, you never heard no talks about the Jarvis father around the house, around your family or anything? This is the first.
Jarvis ain't my family. You know what I'm saying? Jarvis ain't my family.
I know. I'm talking about around Annette's house.
No, ma'am. No. I don't know anything about Jarvis' side. But besides some of the information that's coming out, like I said, some people got me eating popcorn, and that came out that Jarvis' father has some pretty good ties, and this is maybe why he's been scapegoating through the system because of his father. And maybe we need to dig into Jarvis' father and find out exactly how many escape times Jarvis has had because of his father.
Very interesting. Yeah. We'll see. I'll look and see what I could hear, I guess.
Yeah, because that'll be interesting to find out what role Jarvis' father may have played, and Jarvis is doing so many things, horrible things. Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out how many times Jarvis may have even gotten arrested back when he was younger.
Now that I think Roxy, the reason why her wife came up is because people were saying that she worked for DPD and she might be getting information to Roxy out the evidence room.
No, ma'am. That woman would lose her job if she even look up Neziah's name. Because, well, that's Roxy's cousin. No. So don't put that out there. No, ma'am. She cannot even touch Neziah's name. She can't touch nobody's name in the family. She cannot. She will lose her job. And her income that she makes is not worth her digging into no part of Neziah's case whatsoever. And no, we're not getting any information from the police department.
Well, there it is, y'all. Because I know that came up, I think, when they was talking about the wife. Because I didn't even know until I did know. And I was shocked, but it was just like, I'm like, that ain't, it is what it is.
Right. It's not worth her career to get extra information to expose on the internet to nobody. It's not worth that. They got bills to pay. No.
Mm-hmm.
I can't answer many questions, but we out here watching. We silent because everybody's doing a great job. I mean, dude, thank you.
Well, shoot, if you think I'm doing a good job, share me out, because I need to be shared out, because I do stick to the facts, the evidence. That's what I've been going over for the past 3 episodes. So
yeah, I've been watching you. I'll definitely share it. I had to take a break because some of the things that people say is just ridiculous, and you got some of them humbug people in your chat, and they still on the BS, and one of them for sure. But I would definitely share it out. I think you're doing a great job. You're staying with the content, and you bringing out more information, just like the other 2 content creators that I still watch or whatever. And there's 2 more out there. I really don't watch them because they're still kind of on the tail end of some things.
Mm-hmm.
So, but otherwise, most of the information that's coming out, and them folks that need to be exposed that was around her and didn't do nothing about it, I'm taking my hat off to you. I'm bowing to you, and good job. We appreciate. I definitely appreciate y'all exposing more and making me eat popcorn.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah. So I'm trying to think if was it something that I wanted to ask, but I can't think of nothing right now. I be so focused on what I came for that I just can't. I'm kind of thrown for a loop. But I'm happy you called, because that helped me be able to get some stuff cleared about that. And so, is Corey Gamble related to Annette?
Who?
Corey Gamble. I haven't heard that name. Mm-hmm.
If he is, he's on her dad's side. He definitely ain't on our side. I know on the Gamble's on our side, but I don't know no Corey Gamble. And you know what? And that foot wash, I remember her telling me that she was getting her feet washed.
Really?
Yeah, I remember her saying something about that a long time ago. I do remember her mentioning that. So yeah, that was.
When you said no, I'm like, how is this not her? Like, I literally, but then when you came back, I'm like, okay, because I literally, you could tell it's her and Florentino.
Yeah, you know what kind of threw me off was Florentino, because he's got that pointy nose. And then, I didn't see him for a couple of years. Like, when he's that age, I didn't see him. You know what I'm saying? I was living in another state probably when he was in that stage of life. So it didn't really look like it to me, because I know his nose is real pointy. And I couldn't really see Annette, but I sent it to a different relative that would have known. And they was like, yeah, that's her. I was like, oh, okay. So
yep, and then
like, well, let me know, let her know.
Excuse me, I went back to his page, and this was taken in 2017. I forgot the date, but it was in 2017. I'm like, out of all the people in the church, we see Annette and Florentino. That was just funny, because I had been looking at this and didn't know it was her.
Wow, yeah, I remember her telling me that she had got her feet washed, or she was getting her feet washed, or something like that. That's why I was like, let me ask if this is, so I can, let you know.
Well, do you know if she was ever sweet on the bishop?
I'm sorry.
Do you know if she was ever sweet on him? Did they ever talk or anything like that? Date?
Oh, was she seeing the bishop?
Yeah, was she dropping it like it was hot on the bishop?
From what I was told, she was, because I was going to go to the church, where I know she was going to church at it, just, give it to him, let her know what kind of person you got here going to your church, and then, my other cousins that be, on the platform, she told me that, she was like, why you gonna do that? She's sleeping with him. I was like, oh.
Well, I knew it. Because Florentino call him daddy. Kenneth call him daddy too. And then, Yes, they call this man daddy. And then Shannon and Marquita calls another married pastor daddy. So what's up with her and these bishops and and her kids calling them daddy? Because
Wow. Hey, y'all expose it so I can eat me some more popcorn.
and then Nazia's dad was all praising this bishop, and I found out he's Bishop Wayne T. Jackson. And he I guess that's the bishop he was working for. But for a minute I thought, well, wait a minute now. Everybody is connected to a bishop that they praising. So it's starting to sound like a cult and fellow bishops, cult leaders. I don't know. Everything is alleged, but that's what it looked like. I'm just saying. So
hey, I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't. When you get into things like that, things get exposed that they never thought was gonna be exposed. So, at this point I'm just sitting back watching and listening and just taking notes because it's amazing. It really is. How things can get uncovered that they thought never was gonna get uncovered. And as I said, maybe it took Naziah to
expose it. This bishop owns a lot of stuff. He's in the process of trying to grab a lot of different things, farms and things for kids and all of this stuff, like in a certain area. And so he owns a lot of property. This guy and Frank. And they give houses and cars and stuff, So I know that stuff ain't for free. I wonder how many bodies they gotta give them in order for them to give them cars and homes. So she got people around her with money and that can make moves. But I guess that's why the family respect her so much.
Which family? Her
Kiwana mentioned that she's held at a high standard. People respect Auntie Annette. Remember, she said something to that effect.
Oh, did she?
Do you feel that way about her too?
I don't know. I mean, she's my cousin. You know what I'm saying? As far as I don't know what kind of level of respect she has from everybody, but I don't give a damn. She's my cousin that, I don't have no feelings for her at this point. I don't give a damn.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, shoot. Anything else you wanted to address?
Nope, I appreciate you, and I appreciate everyone that understands the mission to get the story exposed and expose anybody and everybody that has something to do with anything. So I appreciate y'all staying on the right track and exposing the people that need to go down for this shit.
Yeah, I wish they could see it. So, all right. Well, thank you for calling.
All right, appreciate you.
All right, bye. All right. Do anybody else want to call in and give your opinion about anything that you heard here today? I would love to hear it. Let's see. Yeah, so thank you for calling. Does she know where Annette is now? Shoot, she live right on Bedford down the street. She chilling, from my understanding. First, everyone was on the wrong track. Now everyone is on the right track. I'm not going. I just be in my own little lane, my own little business over here. Because I be having my things that I'm looking at, and we ain't always looking at the same things at the same time. So I don't know, but the lines are open if y'all want to call in and give y'all input. Let me see. Let me go through this stuff while I wait. The number, I think BFF got it in the chat. And I think I let's see. We've been here for a minute too. The next live stream that's going to pop up is going to be Fanny the Legend. But I just realized that today was Father's Day when I seen somebody's post. I'm like, wow, that is bad. So I got to go make a few runs, go hang out with the dad for a minute. So, if ain't nobody, and I know I missed a lot when I was going through everything. That's why I'd be like, call in, because I know I missed it. But so why she just won't say? Yeah, because she don't want to say other content creators' names on here, and I don't want her to either. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody that followed the case, just you probably know. Promise Jarvis' grandfather. Yeah. I don't promote other folks, especially when they ain't promote me. Shoot. Agree with you. And we ain't working together. Shannon planting evidence. Why would say shoes was wrapped in a jumpsuit and then pictures, everything is spread it out? And that's exactly why it was confusing. Because is not in a position that he should have took a picture of it before he ever touched it, period. It should have never been touched. That's called manipulation. Like, and tampering, whatever, AKA tampering. Like, I mean, the tampering really came in when this guy walked through there and it's just out there in the element. And it was confusing because we got one person talking about one shoe and a pink jumper that nobody was ever told that she had that on. So I mean, it's just weird that it can be even in evidence. The woman said one thing, Annette said so many other things of what she had on. Her fly, it's just all messed up. But one thing that gives me hope, I was going through Orrin and Orson West, the 3 and 4 year old boys. That was a case that I was working on 7 months in on YouTube, 6-7 months in. So it was one of the cases that touched me from the beginning. And it took a long time. Everybody knew from the beginning that these adoptive parents did this to their boys, right? We knew from the moment they did a press conference and they spoke. Everybody knew they was guilty. That was in 2021. And it took like 2 years before they even got arrested and stuff. And I'm talking about, everybody was talking about it. It was cameras facing their house the day that they were supposed to have, the boys had went missing, right? Cameras. And it still took them years to get them because they did not have solid evidence, but they had a bunch of circumstantial things. And it wasn't until the kids were taken from their mother. It wasn't until the kids were taken out of their household, including their own. At one point, they just took all the kids, like what's happening right now with Shannon and Marquita. They took their kids now, or they're not in the household. I don't know if it's voluntary or if they actually did. I think on Shannon's part, maybe it's not, but I'm not sure. But once they take those kids and they're able to interview them and stuff like that, if that's what they're doing. And we didn't know what they was doing at the time. And then it all just came together, but it take a long time. Ultimately, their own kids told on them because they remember like what they were told when the kids disappeared. And the house that they moved to, they had never been in that house. They unalived them at their other apartment and moved them to another city. So this was in Bakersfield, California. Then they moved to another part. They moved to Cal City, California. And they actually picked up the boys' scents and stuff, like inside the house, but not outside or something weird. but they must have had like clothes or something there that the dog picked up they scent from. But the truth is, those boys, they still ain't found them because they had no time frame. They did all of this stuff and over time, and they were fostered, they were adoptive kids, and the mother, that they should have been given back to their mother. But my whole point in talking about this is right when you think they not doing something, they really are in the background working on some things, because we see stuff and I don't know how they could not see it too. Ain't no way. And I mean, we hear the defense too, like they have a problem with the evidence. And so it's going to be interesting to see what happened in court and how all of this come out. But I definitely believe it should be more than one person locked up. And just looking at everything seems shady. It really do. I already said from the beginning, I mean, the dude, he had help. I believe the day that it happened, it was people probably out in Ypsilanti. Like I said, I know his phone records say certain things, but did he have his phone? He was here, there, everywhere. He was doing all kind of stuff to confuse everything. But the craziest part is they let him get by so many times. I mean, from being arrested from that charge, that ultimately he really rolled the dice. I keep going back to that. Like, he waited to the day that he had to go to court and turn himself in. That's when he was supposed to be arrested, and he waited, and he went in there that morning before meeting Naziah is what would have had to happen. How did he know he was gonna be out to take care of Naziah if he was so worried about the pregnancy? Or he just got it like that in the court system? Because if he was so worried about her having a child, why would he even play with it like that? And why Naziah? Exactly. Shoot, legal child nappers is what I call them. Bakersfield CPS is in on what happens to kids, I hear. That's crazy. And it feel like a lot of other ones are too. And it's because it's individuals. It's the workers and stuff that just do anything. I had talked about it before. I forgot the little kid name, but the mother was giving food stamps to her CPS worker. Like, the CPS worker controls everything. What they say, it goes. And if they don't like you, they can cause all kind of hell for you. And that's sad. That's the sad part. Another sad part, I should say. Because you get people that work with kids but don't give a dang about kids, and they only in it for the money. I don't think he was worried about Shannon and Annette. He was worried about Shannon and Annette was. A lot of players involved. And then, I mean, if we go back to the conversation that he was having with one of his fiancées, with Tashiana, he denied Shannon's last two kids too, allegedly. Well, he did. I mean, on the recording, he's like, he don't want to be. What is he arguing about? Some people that ain't got nothing to do with him. So it's like, dude, I don't know. It just made me think about that. Thinking about the whole caught in traffic thing. I really believe, after finding out the thing about Lady, and I wasn't looking at her like she was still in traffic, but it just sounded like. And then finding out they was taking her to apartment buildings and stuff like that. Do they still do that? They do that too when they hired up for money. Like, they just go hang out at the buildings. Because from what Roxy said, when she went up there and the person was saying, Where baby girl at? I ain't seen her in a while. Or where your sister at? Like, little bag, it's rainbow. Yeah, I'm rainbow. That's what made me think about that. Made me think about that. And then the boys been, oh yeah, that like that's okay. I know JoJo said that, right? She just verified it, and I'm shocked. So that, if that is Vari's friend, I don't know, y'all.
Ain't nobody this motherfucking taking off they brand new suit and leaving it right here like this. And it look like it's blood right there. Look at it. I know what blood look like. Definitely giving blood, bro. And definitely a brand new ass suit, man. This thing got no crease and clean as hell. Blood on their back. Who the fuck leaving a brand new shoe right here? Come on, man. Definitely blood, bro. If you don't think that's blood, you crazy, bro. I know what blood look like. Feel me? Ain't nobody this motherfucking.
That was the confirmation of the day right there. Thank you for the reminder. Man, what the hell? What?
What in the fuckity fuckity fuck kind of shit is this?
Wow.
What?
Listen here.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up.
I stand on business. You drop me somewhere, I stand on business. You drop me in your hood, I stand on business. I've been stand on business. I stand on business.
We definitely stand on business over here on this crime channel. And yeah, they need to go lock up a few more. I'm sorry.
Are you a true crime sleuth looking to binge watch great content? Come on into my channel where I have a variety of videos, shorts, live streams, podcasts, playlists, members only videos, and also we have Posts. Posts is a place where I share upcoming live streams, videos, calls to action, polls, quizzes, pictures, and ongoing conversations. Stand out and become a member with badges and special members emojis. Thank you for your like and subscription. Are you
Excuse me, ma'am. The people of the public wants to know where Nazaya is. Are y'all gonna tell us? Or y'all gonna stop playing games? Huh? How you miss your baby? You don't miss your grandbaby? Huh? You don't care about your grandbaby? Hello? Here, take some cheese balls with your burger ass. Excuse me, man.
And her and Bishop Ponytail. What? What? Wow. Weird. It looked like somebody scribbled the blood on that shoe. Look, yes, it did. I seen that. I'm like, that really do look like a little scribble right there. It's crazy. Man. Someone don't just leave a shoe in a tree. It looks staged. It really did. I mean, and I'm still trying to figure out why the heck didn't they see this all at one time? All of this different stuff that Marjorie had to say compared to Wyatt. Was her name Marjorie? I think it was. Wait, hold on, because she found a lot of stuff allegedly, and Wyatt had already been out there among the other couple of groups that been out there. And let me go back to this because let's look at the evidence. I don't know. I should have put a still shot in here of the evidence. The one where it's showing it all in a dang line. I just don't know how they missed it. It's there, but then the other picture looked better. where it's darker and circled. How do you miss anything? Like, I mean, did they come up from behind? How they missed that? I'm confused. Remember the picture where you could see his legs? How did he miss the other stuff? I'm gonna have to let's see. I don't even think I got it in here. But the angle, when he took it from a different angle, I'm just trying to figure out how this is like a whole trail leading to back there. And none of it is what Naziah was told. Her granny said she had on a light powder blue jeans. She had a powder blue jacket. I wrote this all jacked up, didn't I? Light blue, powder blue jacket with black fur around the collar. It was a 2-piece set with a shirt up under it and a blue hoodie. Okay. But out there on the scene, they found a pink jumpsuit, a black hoodie, gloves, a pair of gloves, a brown, black, and grayish dirty towel, shoes, paper and earbuds, and a Ziploc bag with a rubber bracelet. How many times do you need to go out there before you find something? And then Wyatt, he just found the hoodie and the pink jumper and one shoe. Marjorie found that, and then we got the lady with the badge, and we got Roxy and Mark that was out there, and the guy, mosquito bite, she called him. He Vari friend. She said that's Vari friend. What the hell? Listen, it's been a wild one. So I guess y'all don't want to call in. I'm going to go ahead and end it now. We've been here over 4 hours. None of the clothes that all witnesses mentioned have not been found. Right. The clothes Naziah supposedly had on, we still trying to figure out where those clothes at. You know, the ones that she supposedly had on in school. Let's go back to that. What she had on in the picture, her last picture. Oh, shoot, I'm all in the wrong spot. Annette said that was a black fur around the collar. It ain't even black fur around her coat. Where is her coat? Did she go home and change? I still want to know that. And why is the footage on that looking so grainy? Why did I look like two different people on a bus versus in a classroom? And you know what? Somebody has said that page that people think is Janiyah. Somebody said that they had looked up some information and found a lot of those pictures came from Pinterest or something. A lot of them were created. It's not even Naziah. I have to talk about that the next time because I was trying to find a post that I had seen. But y'all please smack the thumbs up if you didn't get a chance to. Can't wait to the trial. Me either. Plaid coat. Exactly. That's crazy that the teacher said that. Yeah, she had on a plaid coat and then say, oh, I see her. She hang out with me or I see her every day. Like, but you didn't notice if she was pregnant or not. Like, nothing made sense. 5 more days for court. Now let me see. And I think in my mind, I'm thinking that is gonna be pretty quick. Hold on, let's see something right quick. So, but I do remember that they said it was a case conference, I believe. Jarvis. Why am I sitting up here typing this in the wrong? Yeah, so the trial was scheduled for October, which we know that, but so October 6th. The trial date is October 6th. We'll set in court for Friday. This is old stuff, so now let's see what this disappearance timeline. See right here, it says she took one last picture of herself on the tablet. So in order for Annette to be able to send a picture of her, she would have had to have had that tablet. Because I heard Shannon say that. Naziah used her DPS issued tablet that she used to communicate and communicated with the app. She took one last picture using her tablet, sent a message to the device associated with Bubs. And in October, like right after they select jury, the trial begins. That's what I've experienced. But let's see. Nightbot is being a gentleman. Welcome in, Neek. I'm the report you show on, say blue and white Nikes. Yep. Blue and white Nikes. We didn't even hear, we did hear her say that wasn't the description of the stuff. I'm just trying to figure out why was it allowed to change. And then you got that big pink jumpsuit with some red, black, and white Nikes that don't match a dang on thing. It don't go together. But somehow they came up with the black hoodie though. Or a black hoodie, I should say. I don't know, man. I don't trust the evidence personally. I mean, I'm sure y'all know that by now. I don't trust it. I don't know what y'all laughing at. What did I miss? Yeah, conference hearing. Yep, it's a case conference, so I guess this is the last time that they can come together to see if they gonna go ahead. Cause it sound like they could still change that date, I guess. I'm not sure though. But I guess we'll see in a few more days. We shall see. Where we at now? Today is the 15th, so it'll be on Friday. It'll be on Friday. And I hope they televise this trial. They called it Naziah Hoodie, but the other forensic lady said that the owner of the hoodie was Jarvis due to DNA on the neckline and the wrist line. What other lady said that? Shoot, I must have didn't play that part. And Naziah and Shannon's DNA on it as well. I remember them saying that it was unknown DNA. I don't recall hearing Shannon's name being called in court about DNA. Which lady are you talking about? Is it one that I just played here? I remember hearing unknown DNA. I really enjoy your content. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Enos and Bella. I appreciate that. It wasn't the one I was just playing. Are you talking about the black lady that talked about the evidence on the hoodie? Because I had started playing that and then I end up not today, but the last time I think I played that. So yeah, I'll have to look into that because I did not hear that at all. About no ma'am, the blonde lady. I'll just go to another one where they're talking about the hoodie and see if I could hear that. Cause it's still some stuff that I wasn't looking at first that I am now. So who DNA of a male that was there? I'm thinking Vari, cause now his friend know where to go search. Man, that I told y'all that video changed everything for me. And hearing that his Vari friend changes again. I mean, it changed the video itself. But his friend, when JoJo said that, I'm like, what? Who said that? I don't know where JoJo got that from, but it's true. What? Wow. Yeah, we gonna go ahead and get up out of here, y'all. I gotta go holler at my dad. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. The next live that's gonna pop up is gonna be the YouTuber beef thing, Fanny and Bubbly. I want to talk about that. Sade Robinson, I have set up. Jelani Day, I gotta get through these. These are cases. There's not a case that I don't follow up with that I've once reported. And so Sade Robinson, we gonna talk about her because I followed the case. And I want to know what the heck happened in court. So I haven't watched it on my own or nothing. I heard months ago that Vari got into it with Naziah. Yeah, he did say that, but it was about. Okay, so yeah, I remember they got into it. Was that the time when he was telling her to get out of the car with a grown man, or was it another time? Because one thing I didn't do that I might need to do now is go listen at his interviews. I couldn't listen at them before because I didn't like how they was going. I didn't like how it was he was being interviewed. It's like they were talking over him, talking about themselves. Like, let this boy talk. So, and yeah, it was just hard. I never listened to them all. So I listened to like pieces of it. No, another time, something about the baby mama. Really? I remember him coming out defending the baby mother, saying that, oh, and my baby mama ain't had nothing to do with that, because she had brought her up in court talking about his girl, she got a girlfriend. He talking about that's his they be or her be or something like that, and then asking her if she trustworthy. And it wasn't until JoJo too, and she's like, man, this dude is recruiting. She's like, he's recruiting girls to get other girls. That's what he doing, you know? And that's what it sounded like too, after hearing JoJo's story and her saying that and what he was about to do with her. So wow, they got into it about his girlfriend? She said to him that it was I ran across a video of him of her and his girlfriend riding in a car dancing, and at first I didn't know who she was, but I'm like, she looked familiar. And then I was like, what? That's her. Because I remember the way her teeth was. Now, why is she talking like that? You see what I'm saying? Like, why? Why does she think she Rainbow? And finding, knowing what we know about Shannon and what happened with her cousin and all that, I mean, I don't doubt if she was doing that to her too, because I pictured her in the middle. I've been saying that. That's crazy. I gotta go figure out that part. Naziah recruiting Vari girlfriend. That's exactly what it sounds like. Wow. She says she Rainbow at Shannon's baby shower. Exactly. And that always stuck with me. Like, why? What? Somebody's like, no, that don't mean that. They, you pick, it was like she's picking, because they picked, she was asking the kids, what were they? Team boy, team girl. And she says she Rainbow. And I'm thinking, it's only a boy or a girl. So this rainbow stuff, I don't get that. There's too many hands in the pot. Exactly. Too many. Wow. Wow. So we got confirmed that Annette is dropping it like it's hot on Bishop Ponytail, which we knew. We figured. But what I didn't know, this video is new to me. And knowing that this dude is Vari friend, and this evidence was not looked at until Vari confirmed this stuff. So it really was Vari that that made them trust the evidence. And then it was Annette that confirmed it. Because they asked, did Annette, was the shoes found at the house? No, they weren't there. Very interesting. But anyway, let me get off of here. And in her picture, she has a rainbow purse. Oh, yep. Sure do. Wow. All right, y'all. We're going to get up out of here. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Thank y'all for hanging out with me today. And happy Father's Day to all the fathers that is in the chat or on the replay. Happy Father's Day, y'all.
Thank you for sharing me. Thank you for sharing me. Thank you for sharing me. For sharing me. For sharing me. For sharing me. Thank you for so much. Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up.
So thank y'all so much for tuning in. Please be sure to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Make this go viral. Drop that fire and horns, y'all. That's how you show me love. Please smack that thumbs up on the way out. Shout out the tips, then drop out the trees. Straight the trees, Tracy. Tips just fell out. Thank y'all for participating in the chat. I appreciate y'all. Drop that fire and horns. Join the Sloop Nation membership to get them. Go. Shout out to 755 and Shandy Chief. Peace and love, y'all. We out.